Let's see here. Ba, 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 ba. Turn the camera without grenading anything. Okay. Alrighty. Got a few things here to try to set up. Get going. Ba, 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 ba. Mhm. Alrighty. Okay, that camera is on. Everything looks halfway decent. Start getting some of the tools together. We're running a little early. Just wanted to make sure we don't have any difficulties. Wait for some people to get coming in before we get going. Recipe there. This pot holder. Now, what tablet? Okay. Got our scale for the hops. Got the Warflock tablet. Odometer. Salt. Okay, water. Okay. Let's see here. Alrighty. So, anybody in the chat yet? Can you hear me? Looks like I'm coming in good. I just can't hear myself, which may be a good thing or a bad thing. Still got a few minutes before we really start here. I think I've about got everything gathered up that we'll need for today. Hello? Hello. Alrighty. Mhm. 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 Uh, mhm, mhm. Right, right. So a few more minutes. Can't really tell. Looks like there's one person here. Oh no, what happened? Are you okay? Hey, Northwest. Can you hear me, bud? I got started a little early here, just trying to gather up some stuff, so that way I don't have a whole lot to be running back and forth for. So we'll see. Okay, good, 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 good. Kind of a little windy today, so I'm hoping that that doesn't really affect the audio so much. You know how that goes. Like, can't control too much of those ambient noises. But it is what it is, and we're gonna roll with it. I know we're still technically a couple more minutes early. I uh I took some of your hints about what we spoke about yesterday. Got some information wrote down, so I think we got some good talking points today. By the way, enjoyed your video. I watched it this morning. Sorry, I was kind of a little bit behind schedule. I don't normally catch everybody's on release days, but you know how that goes. We got so much going on. So it's like 8 o'clock in the morning there for you, correct? Start putting background music. Yeah. You know, I did that too. And then I just stopped doing that. I tried to I decided that if I can film outside, as long as it's not over the top, like loud noise, I'm good with it. There's sometimes my neighbors like run the chainsaws and stuff like that, and I can't really help that. But um, for the most part though, just try to embrace it. Because for me, like the music selection and stuff, man, it added a whole nother hour or so to the editing part, and I'm like, man, I can kick out a video a lot quicker and have it ready to go sooner if I just avoid that kind of deal. Hey, what's up there, Giselle? Dock of the Bay. Good to see you, buddy. So, how is everybody this morning? No, we still got a couple. Well, actually, we're right on time, so we'll give it another 2 or 3 minutes to go before we start pouring water. Fresh Country Ales. How you doing, bud? Good morning. See, Terzel, I know you're kind of in Louisiana, Fresh Country. Where are you out of again? I think I seem to remember you being on a stream before and chatting with us. Oh, that's right, South Africa. Yes, that's right. Wow, it's what pretty late there, huh? Like if I had to guess, what, around midnight or so? 5 PM. Okay, not nearly as late as I thought it was. Well, it's gotta be 5 o'clock somewhere. Apparently, it's 5 o'clock in South Africa right now. So, alright, let's see here. Looks like I've got, 2 or 3 people still, here right now. Sun is setting, about to crack open an American amber. It's not a bad choice. I really hadn't ever brewed one outside of like a extract kit, so that's on the list to do. But I've got a while until I get some get that in the rotation. I've probably got about the next, I don't know, 6, 7 recipes sitting here already bought, ready to go. Just need the time. Coffee time, yeah. Still pretty early for Northwest. It's okay, man. Just pour a little whiskey, get going a little early, you know. All right. So today's brew, what we're gonna be brewing is a California Common. I'll go over the recipe here in a little bit. I'll go over some of the styles and guide points and stuff. This one I'm really trying to brew pretty close to the BJCP style guidelines. I think that's pretty much reflected in the recipe development and everything that I've done about it. So, like I said, we'll go over it here in just a little bit. In the meantime, I'm gonna go ahead start getting the water going, so that way we can get it started to heating up. Um, so a couple things to note. Please, you know, if you see someone come in, while and I'm pouring water, let them know. But it's a windy day here, so there might be a lot of wind noise. Of course, here on the homestead here, I've got the chickens in the background. They're kind of being noisy. They know that I'm fixing to brew, and all that. So please bear with it. And additionally, I've got the camera set up for, the brew in itself, so that way I can make a video on it later and kinda go over it during the taste test and stuff like that. But, thank you so much, guys, for joining me so far, everybody that's here, and, let's get going. And like a big silly, forgot to turn the camera on to catch, the water going in. So, yay for me, huh? Right? Let's see here. I noticed that the water level markings on my claw hammer are fading. Oh man, that sucks. Nothing's worse than trying to guesstimate how much water you've got in there. I've seen some people like take like a, they're like mash paddle or a stick or something and kind of mark off the levels on those for something similar. So far, I've been pretty happy with the etching, in the anvil. I was kinda worried the first couple times that I used it, like, the markings, being on. They seem to be pretty dead on, at least in, this kettle. I know that there was, like, 1 or 2 people that I had seen before say, that theirs were off. So, um, you know, uh, before I started with this kettle, I had a turkey fryer, type on, and, it didn't have any etchings in it or anything like that, so I always had to kinda pre-measure out my water, like, in a fermenting bucket, that had the cylinder on it, and pour it in that way, and, that kinda sucked, that got old, and so then I tried to go back and, uh, figure it out. I tried to mark it and then go in there with, like, a Dremel tool and stamp it and, like, all this other stuff, and I was still, like, off. You know, 1 gallon was almost like 3/4 of a gallon, whereas the next gallon up would be almost like a gallon and a quarter over, stuff like that. So, I kinda got fed up with that after a couple brews, and I decided to, uh, basically upgrade to, this kettle here, and, I haven't looked back since. This thing's what, 3 3 years old now? I bet I've probably about 60, 70 batches, through this one, and it's still kicking, going pretty good. The markings are pretty strong in it. Still the the bottom part of the kettle's got a little bit of like carbon buildup that's kind of been hard to knock off lately, and there's a little bit of tarnish on the inside. So I'm gonna try to see what I can do to get that out. You know, I've always used like hot water and some dish liquid soap. I'm gonna try to do some uh, PBW and this to next time to see if I can get it to clean up with a soak in that. Maybe that'll help. So, how's everybody doing? What's everybody brewing? What are you drinking? I know Fresh Country said he was doing that American Amber. What's on tap? No Northwest and I were chatting a little bit yesterday. Got a kind of an exciting beer. Looks like Terzette. What do you got on tap, buddy? How are you been doing? It's been a long time since we've really connected. So let's see here. We've only got a few people in here. We'll go over this just a little bit. Maybe we'll wait for another couple people to join us, unless you guys are just really curious about the recipe right now. But our strike is going to be 157 degrees Fahrenheit and a 152 mash in. We're going for a 75-minute mash on this one. So, um, man, yesterday I brewed and I hadn't brewed in like a month, so felt pretty rusty. I forgot to mash out. I really wanted to try to mash out. Not that I've really ever noticed too much of a difference there, but, trying to stick to those style guidelines, and so hopefully, um, that'll, uh, that'll help out. So I can't forget to mash out on this one. I really, really need to try to remember to do that and not get in such a hurry. See here, yeah, I have a metal yard mark. It's annoying. Or if I have a gallon anyways. Oh, wow. Have you tried to contact them about that? Maybe there's something that they can do. I don't really know. Maybe they warranty reapply them or something. I don't really know. Northwest Country, let's see here, Terzell, Imperial Stout, Dark Mile, and Store Barrel. Okay. All those sound really interesting. I hadn't done a Dark Mile for the Solora beer yet. Will eventually. So, Northwest, do you have any? Uh, do you compete any? I can't remember. I don't think you do. Fresh Country, do you guys have any, like, homebrew competitions down there in South Africa? Like, what's the scene with that down there? No, Terzel entered, he's part of my homebrew club. Flores hibiscus based. Northwest, talk to Emmett, he said probably, but it was a bad batch. Just have to remember. Okay. Yeah. Man, that kinda sucks. I don't think I've ever really had a beer that had hibiscus in it. Sounds interesting. But that's old Terzel, man. He's always got some kind of flower or honey or fruit or spice or something going on in his meads, his wines, his beers. That dude is very creative when it comes to it. I think he finds inspiration in pretty much almost anything, you know. I'm probably not as bad as that, or as good as at that, if you want to think about it like that, however you want to see it. But I do find myself inspired, but nowhere to the same degree that Terzel is, man. Um, if you hadn't checked them out, both Northwest and Dock of the Bay both have channels um, on home brewing. Um, Fresh Country Ales. Do you have a channel? I can't remember. I'm sorry. I know it's been such a long time since we've really been able all to kind of hang out here. Alrighty, approaching 100 degrees. So what are you guys thinking about brewing next? I think I'm doing a rye IPA next here after this thing's knocked out. Um Pretty much took the Mean Brews recipe. Looked pretty interesting. I think I changed the water chemistry just a touch, something that I had a little bit more comparable that was already saved in the in Beersmith. Fresh Country Ales. See the competitions here. Being judged, result released. We're at Cape Town. Wow. Okay, cool, man. Um, our local homebrew club is putting on a competition. So, it's called Brew, and really, basically, it's the second biggest, homebrew competition in the state of Texas. It's about the 3rd biggest one in the nation, and it's the 1st biggest one in the nation to be completely ran by, a single homebrew club. So, it's a lot of fun. I put 12 beers into that one. So really hoping for some really good feedback and some good score sheets on that competition. A medal wouldn't hurt my feelings either, but really some of these beers I never brewed before, so it's a good like starting point to see like which way I need to take these um, going. Dock of the Bay, Terzel, getting ready for Spirit of 76. That's basically what I'm doing here today. I've got a couple pegged there that I want to try to do. So um we'll see how this one turns out. If it's any good, we'll enter it. If it's halfway decent, I'll probably just enter it anyways, just to have a starting point on the recipe, see which way I need to go. If it wasn't for a competition, I would probably just be like, whatever. If I get back a score sheet that doesn't reflect the style guidelines, but just trying to have that starting point and then see which way I want to take it after that. Yeah, right? A medal wouldn't hurt. So still climbing. And sometimes the weight is a killer, isn't it? Fresh country. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I work hard at it. I try to hustle, much like uh, Doc of the Bay Terzel and buddy Steven from Northwest. We're all in that grind, try to make good content. Be good stewards, I guess, of information that we have and whatnot. It's fun. It's a lot of work for sure. Uh, I get asked all the time. Like how hard is it? But it's kind of one of those things. It's both hard and easy at the same time. If that makes any sense. Yeah. If you got a lot of inspirations and stuff like that, you'll have 4 pages of potential content basically written down. A lot of it's just finding time. Some of it can be price restrictive though. I've got all these like great big plans further down the road. And so it's like, okay, like how much money do I really want to sink into it at this point in time? So you got that slow drip and slow upgrades, which I think everybody will appreciate. You don't want to just turn a complete, 180 with a small incremental uh, improvements across everything. So we've had quite a few little upgrades here recently on my channel and some things that I'm doing, some new directions that I'm planning on doing. So it's just fun, man. And I think trying to brew some of these style guidelines, uh, brews and do some competitions like that. I think that kind of helps push me and elevate my skill level and hopefully help bring everybody else up, along with me. Whole, rising tide brings all ships up kind of scenario. Man, kind of wish I would have started that a little sooner. Uh, but it is what it is. Thanks. Yeah, no, it's definitely fun. I'm fortunate enough to in my social circle, be it brew club and all that. Like I've got some amazing brewers that I can run with in my brew club. I know a lot of content creators. Once you kind of start a trajectory and get on a certain threshold, there, a lot of people kind of give you some pointers and stuff like that. And so we got nowhere else but to go up. So Bruin Bag, good morning, buddy. Good to see you. Hopefully your kiddo's doing better today. Just keeping this slow but steady climb towards the ever increasing temperature for the strike water. This wind's not really helping out today. I agree with that to some extent, Trezell, about some styles seem so stagnant and no room for expression. That's definitely true, but I think it kind of boils down to your interpretation, right, of what the style guidelines say. There's been quite a few beers that I've turned in that some other people have tried and said, oh, this is kind of like a junk beer, right, or something like that. But with the style guidelines, we got those 50 points or so that beers are judged on, and if we get uh, you know mid 30s or so, I think you're on the right track, even if you did something that's kind of like abnormal to the style. You know what I mean? See here, West been brewing since the early 90s. Brewing either way, might as well throw up. Yeah, I haven't been brewing since then. I think I saw on my phone the other day, the first kit that I brewed was an extract kit, and it was back in 2017. So I've got a few years under me, but it's just it's it's I feel like I've definitely got a lot of learned experience under me, but I still feel like I've got so much left to learn. That's for sure. Yep. If anybody's gonna find an artistic way to do it, it'll be Terzel. Oh man, yeah, those were the rough dark ages, huh? Northwest. One kind of hop and one kind of generic yeast. I bet you turn around and look at today and you're just probably sometimes get overwhelmed, huh? Because I know like from my aspect, trying to put together a recipe or something like that, you almost become like overwhelmed with as many malts and hops and yeast choices, and I'm sure you guys didn't break off into the water profiles nearly as much back then, huh? 3 cans of malt extract, yeah. What, like, light, dark, and amber, probably? And then just try to make everything else up with specialty grains and steeping. Alrighty, we're getting pretty close. Right about 150, so we need 157. Hopefully, I don't overshoot like I did yesterday. Got overshot by about 2 degrees, so it took a couple minutes for it to come down before I could, mash in yesterday. I'm gonna go ahead and throw in, my salts, for this, um, my, water adjustments. If I would have been smarter, I would have wrote down what, profile exactly it was that I chose in, Beersmith, but, I did not. I was not that prepared. I had everything, ready, but you know what? That's, the flight of the seat to the brewing by your pants or however that, term should go, uh, that we often do here at Jagger Brewing Co. So in the background, we have some sirens. So it's either a parade or there's an emergency. Sometimes there's no telling in small town Texas. All right, we're good by temperature. So I'll come back and check the chat in just a second, but it's time to mash in those greens and get it going. Alrighty. So pretty good on temperature still. Set a timer. Do 10 minutes. 75-minute mash. See here. Our temperature was good there. Nailed that. Alrighty. See. So, what did I miss? Northwest. Yeah, the tools you get today are crazy. Plus electric. Yeah. One day, one day I'm going to get an all electric. We'll, we'll see about that though. If I do, I have to say, great Scott, I overshot. We did not overshoot, so we don't have to say that. Jagger still needs to. Yes. So that this mash pedal right here is the same one that came with my first extract kit from Northern Brewer. Um, it cracked during brew day. I believe it was with, my buddy Tim from, Hops and Wrenches when he was here. There was a, wasp, and instinctively, I grabbed the mash pedal, killed the wasp, but, cracked the paddle, and been meaning to replace it. I just haven't. I've got one of those, like, cool, like, wooden ones. I've used it a couple times. The only time I've ever really used that though has been, with a cooler mash tun, um, just because it feels the most appropriate with that. This thing's got the temperature probe in it, and I've always kind of been worried about, like, snagging it and breaking that on that. Hmm, maybe an emergency parade, yeah. Let's see here, where's the plastic pedal always. Yeah, it does bend on those thicker, uh, mashes. The giant, whisk that, Martin has, that's pretty cool. Any Doctor Who fans? Yeah, I've watched it some. Christy got me hooked on it. I'm not nearly the big a fan of it as she is or some others. I like, that, I guess when they brought it back, that the first Doctor there, the angry one, that's, pretty much my favorite. I think, he speaks from my soul. Yeah, so, it'd be pretty cool to get a medal out of the 12 that I turned in. I think there's definitely some medal winners there, but I also think that, that competition's not gonna be an easy one to medal in. We've got entrants from all around the nation entering this one. Some really top 10, brewers around the nation, people that are, part of MHP, Master Homebrew Program. If you guys would like to know more about that, I can go into that a little bit later. I'm an officer of it. I'm a proponent of that program. I think it really pushes you to brew. But also, the people that are in COA, Circuit of America, even though that this one isn't the even though Rendezvous isn't part of COA, Circuit of America, it draws the same kind of brewers that would be in there. But like I said, though, those 12, it's more important to me to kind of get the feedback. There are some one-offs, some experimentals. I took my buddy Terzel's approach on some beers that I put in there. If you go back and you've seen the rye Irish stout, videos. One of them was the ones that I put the, uh, coffee beans in. So I put that under the fruit, vegetable, and spice category. So, I think that that beer would be, a fun one to come across, at least from a judging standpoint, there. So we'll see how all those hit. Of course, I'm probably gonna do like I did, for last year's competition, the one before that, kinda go over more or less some of the interesting things. So we'll do that. Northwest, why do I have ACPC? Got big balls, I got big balls. Uh, you know, uh, Joe ball is something that I really stress up when I'm matching in, like that. I try to take as much care as possible to make sure I don't have any. Every once in a while, I'll get some that are, like that big or so, but, nothing terribly big. Uh, this one, I was pretty proactive about stirring, really, really, uh, vigorously. I kinda thinned out pouring the malt in to stir more frequently to avoid that. Let's see here. So you hadn't made a California Common before. What yeast am I going with? So I had to make a substitution for the yeast that I wanted. Um, I ended up having to go with cable car. That's what they had in stock at my local homebrew supplier. I wanted to use a Y yeast, and I cannot remember what it was off the top of my head. But it was one that was recommended for this one recipe. Also, guys, so I live near a train track. It sounds like there could possibly be a train coming here pretty soon. So if I stop talking for a minute, that might be why that is. I can hear the train horn. I don't know if you guys can yet or not. Um, and yes, no, I don't know why it is called Y yeast. You're from around where they're primarily operate. I think they're out of California, isn't it? Is this gonna be a stupid one? Why use our yeast? I don't particularly care for why yeast, that whole backpack thing, like, I never really could get it. Huh, okay, that's good to know. This is the Native American name for Mount Hood here. So we definitely have a train coming. Sounds like it'll probably pass through pretty quickly. The more you know. Give it another minute, see if we get a good train blow, like, right here by the house. We'll go over there. Well, it sounds like he, made it through the intersection without blowing the horn, so that was good. Um, so basically, let's just go ahead and go over the recipe, while we're pretty good in the stream here and, waiting for our match. So I started off with, right at 77.3% of pale malt brew for this one. Um, I did, right at 9.7% of victory malt for it. And then I was gifted some, bark, uh, it's like a Munich, type malt, that I threw in here, 4.8%. We did, Crystal 40 at 4.8%, and then threw in just a touch of chocolate rye at 3.4% of the grain bill. Um, I think originally when I ran my recipe across my friend that gave me the bark malt, um, he suggested that he had some of that, bark malt. He said it's a really good malt. He said that he suggested to, um, throw it in there and see what happens. He felt like that's a really good malt to help my malt bill. Before that, I was just trying to keep it a little bit more simpler, only have, like, 4 malts in this thing, total, but I decided to go ahead and go with his gifted malt there. Normally, what I've been trying to do is, unless it's specifically for, like, a color adjustment, I try to keep my malts, like, those specialty malts at 5% or more, so that way, hopefully, I can draw out a little bit more of those notes and things that it's supposed to try to impart on the recipe, and, at that 4.8% and 3.4%, I'm shooting for some color adjustments also with those, but, that bark mold, I'm hoping that I get some of those characteristics in the Crystal 40 to get, like, just enough of that, um, color and, sweetness there for that. So, for the California Common, I have never brewed one before. I'd seen a lot of people brew 'em, a lot of people seem to enjoy them, brew them, and, it was just something that's kind of always been interesting to me. I brew a Kentucky Common pretty often. I like that style for sure. I saw some people kinda talking about how, like, they're a related beer. I don't really think that that's the case, especially approaching it from the style guidelines, right? Maybe you do have a little bit of crossover there. Um, and yeah, thank you for that. I was fixing to kinda go into a little bit of the history of them and kinda the differences, at least with the Kentucky Common versus the California Common. So basically, California Common, was brewed primarily during, like, or at least got popular during the gold rush era, out towards California. Now they liked to use a lager yeast and ferment it at a higher temperature. Um, those things, compared to, like, the Kentucky Common, the Kentucky Common was kind of served fresh, and so typically you had a 6 to 8 day turnaround between, um, mashing in and serving a, Kentucky Common, whereas, like, these California Commons, they're kinda more of the traditional, deal, you're a month under or so on that. Now comparatively speaking, like, the differences, between, like, Kentucky Common and, like, the California Common, kinda from what I've seen is, even though they've kinda got a fairly similar color range between the 2 of them, there are some pretty distinct differences. So for, like, the California, Common, we're shooting for an aroma that's a little bit forward. We're trying to emphasize more on, like, those rustic, minty, earthy aromas, so you don't wanna use the great big, American hops for it. We're not looking for those citrus hits or anything of that nature, something that's kind of more of the, like, earthy aspect. You get really any citrus notes, it looks like it's out of style, from a guideline standpoint. Now, if you're brewing it at home and you're just trying to experiment with it or whatever, use, like Cascade or something of that nature, I'm not gonna fault you, especially if it's something that you like, go for it. But from the, like, competition style guidelines, that's that ways. that's it's out of and that kinda tracks similar with some of the aromas that we're looking for, like, but where the is we're shooting for more of the malt forward side of things. So you do have some of the crossover a little bit maybe with your hop choices, right? For the flavor profile, again, we're shooting more for the hop forward side of things, but looking back, those citrus type, notes, again, we're looking for the hop profile, with the rustic, minty, earthy type of aspects. If you pick up on pretty much any citrus on the flavor, you're out of style as far as the guidelines are concerned. Um, now, even though it's like hop forward or hop focused, we still do want a medium multi ness, and that maltiness should be kinda more towards the toasty, caramel type side of things. Like with the Kentucky Common, we're shooting for that sweet malt, and, we're looking for, like, low caramel, low toffee, more towards that bready, grainy side of things. Um, whereas the California Common is a little bit more hop forward, the Kentucky Common, we want the low bitterness, but we're still looking for those same attributes of like a floral, spicy earthiness. I know like Brewing, kind of resurrected the California Common, and so they pretty much have set the standard for what, California Common should be. Um, Now, that's not to say that if you brew something that's a little bit different, then it's, I don't know, if you shoot for something that's a little bit different, you're not brewing well, you're just brewing it to your taste, and that's fine. See here. So for the yeast profile on it, we're looking for like a lager yeast. We're gonna ferment this thing a little bit higher for than what a lager be at. I'm shooting for somewhere right around the 60s area. I haven't I haven't sat down and knocked that out. I normally like to try to do that. Basically, when I've gone and I've chilled this thing down and I'm transferring it to the fermenter and I've got that done, and then I hook it up to my little kind of setup for lagering and cool fermentation. I'll drop it the rest of the temperature that's needed. So, like with my wort chiller here and my setup, I can typically get down to right around 90 or 80 or so before I kinda hit a wall without, going overboard with, a setup and kinda, like, doing the pre-chillers and stuff like that. So, I'll sit down, while that's still coming down, and I'll make a decision. Kinda got some ideas about the temperature ranges that I wanna play in, but, pretty much probably gonna get it down to, like, right around 56, 58 in pitch, and then kinda, like, let it free rise up to 60, and then kinda bump it up from there and kinda watch fermentation, and then kinda play a little loose, with some of the fermentation temperatures there. I think historically, though, with those higher temperatures, it looks, like I would say from what I was seeing that, we're probably stressing the yeast out there that was causing some of the esters and off flavors that are normally contributed with, like, those type of, temperatures there, and, I didn't have fermentation control or temperature control there for a while, and so I noticed that some of my getting the feedback too from the score sheets that's history, and, so when I just rebrewed the Kentucky Common for, some competitions, it was the first time that I'd ever temperature controlled that, so, and I think that this is one of the best tasting, Kentucky Commons that I've made, so I'm trying to take those lessons learned and apply them to this one, so hopefully we'll come out really good on this one. Um, I don't know if I'll knock it straight out of the park, uh, on this go around for this. We'll have to see kinda how some of those, hits and notes come back on the competition score sheets. But I mean, hell, I might try again and be like, "Man, this is even worse," you know, entering, we'll just have to see kinda how it comes out. Like I said, I went into this a little bit blindly. I tried to do as much research on it as possible. I sent my recipe out to a couple friends, see what they would think. So, we're 20 minutes into our mash. I'm gonna stir it up real quick. I'll be right back. You guys have any questions or hints on, the style that you think, put them in the chat here. We'll talk about 'em. You guys go ahead and chat it up, and I'll be right back to talk about it. Okay, start our timer again. For those that don't know, I can't sit still, let a mash go without being stirred, every 10 minutes or so. So, once it's up, we'll be, about 30 minutes into our 75-minute mash. Sorry, just making notes here of kinda where we're at, so that way, if I lose track of exactly where I'm at, always refer back to the notes. Keep good notes. So, let's see here. Pints and panels have done a nice infographic capturing them. Yeah, so, I think I know the account that you're talking about, and it's, like, illustrated kinda almost even abstractedly, I think, if I remember correctly, if it's the one that I can remember, but, that yeah, they've got a lot of good information on theirs. Um, to be honest with you, Trezell, with the grain bill, the malts here, um so, with the Pell malts, I mean, you just need that, right? 2 row was the most appropriate one looking at it, whereas, like, my Kentucky Common, I used 6 row. That was the more traditional, malt to be used in that area during that time. The Victory malt, I'm hoping to kinda pull in a little bit of the kinda like that, um puffiness, has a little bit of a background. Um, a friend that had given me, that break, he said that he had noticed some of that too. It's a Munich type malt, so hopefully blending the Victory, that break, and, that crystal with the rye, um are all gonna be for color adjustments and to hopefully gain, those attributes of the, like, caramel and the toasty flavors there. As far as the percentages go, though, like I said, normally for those specialty malts, I try to start off with about 5, but I didn't want to get this thing kind of, like, over the top either, so I tried to train those. That the Victory Malt was suggested when I sent it off to a couple friends to bump it up. I think I had it closer to 5% biscuit toast toffee and spice, it sounds like. Yeah, that's pretty much kind of the specialty malt background that I'm shooting for, right? And, you know, I think maybe when I sent off, my recipe to my friends, I think maybe I was using, like, Crystal 60 instead of 40, and I think they suggested I come down because I was throwing in, like, the chocolate rye, for the color adjustments, and I'm hoping that that chocolate rye kinda helps, give that extra little layer there, you know? I'm hoping that it's not gonna be all muddied, that that you can kinda taste it, but I don't know if we'll be able to taste each individual, uh, grain basically or steel there, I'm hoping that it kinda blends into color. Um, I've never really been too good at being able to pick out individual malts in a beer. Um, I think that I can kind of pick out some of the crystals a little bit if it's a really simple recipe. Say, like, you've got 3, or 4 ingredients, and then maybe I can say, "Oh, well, it's got crystal here," because of the residual sweetness, I would say, "Oh, crystal 120," or something like that, but I'm still trying to learn it all too, but I feel pretty good about this recipe. We'll have to see kinda where it lands. Dropped a little bit in temperature. I'm gonna try to keep a close eye on this. I don't want it to get too low and those enzymes working in the wrong way here. We'll keep an eye on that. I might have to like I said, because of a windy day, I'm predicting that I'll have some lower temps. Hoping during the boil, I don't fight it too terribly much. So, other than that, I don't know. Don't know. I like to think, like I said, that I've got a really good, starting with on this one. So, what recipes are you working on, next? Terzel and Northwest Country? What you guys doing? See, we've got, 5 people here. I know that there's been a couple of you in and out. Room bag, you still here? What are you working on next, buddy? Okay, yeah, we're dipping kinda pretty hardcore. I'm gonna relight this up here and, get this warming back. Let's see here. Belgian quad and another wheat wine. Man, you go, dude. Belgian quad, you've got some kinda go a couple different ways with that. I'm trying to see what you end up doing. So you got a red ale or a cream ale lined up next. Either one of those sound pretty good. Probably a little bit more partial to a cream ale personally, but the red ale is bad. See here. I also finally have something we can collaborate. Yeah, yeah, shoot it my way. You got my number. We're in bed. I've got a Treehouse Hazy IPA Hunter. Made a big mistake with it. The higher temperature on purpose, bring out more esters. Like, oh man, yeah, man, sometimes you gotta be careful. Lesson learned though. I guess you could probably play with your mash test on fermented high to kinda help create more fermentable sugars. Should have finished 10-18. Oh wow, yeah, that's gonna be a little on the thin side, huh? My so my brew club, uh, what we do is every year we match up a couple like senior brewers to kind of more junior brewers, right? And a couple years ago, I got paired up with a gentleman that knew a whole lot more than I did on quite a few things. I had done some styles and some stuff that he hadn't done, and so it's a good learning experience for both of us. But during challenge of that, so I'd never brewed a Belgian beer, and so that was some of the excitements was to brew some Belgian beers, turn them in for internal like brew competition in club, and brewery stepped up and their challenge was hazy IPA, and that was pretty cool that we got to do that. And that's matter of fact, I met Marcel. I think he became a member of the club shortly after. Maybe he was a member of the club shortly before, something like that. Giselle can but, yeah, that hazy IPA, so, the way it was judged was you had, brewer's choice, and then you had, like, people and Easy won the brewer's choice. We got to brew that commercially, on their system with a commercial release. That was pretty fantastic. If I drink an IPA, it's gotta be like a hazy or a juicy. I just don't really care for those West Coast, like hop bombs with all the citrus and pine and resin and all that. Um, so, they normally finish a little sweeter, a little thicker, but yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's a whole lot that you can do really to fix it at this point to bring it up. I guess you could maybe try to boil some lactose and add it in, raise up the finishing gravity, but, I mean, I think that would kind of not work out in your favor though too. So what do you think you'd do differently, coming up next there, Brewing Bad? Here. Got that 10-minute bone. Flying along. Okay. You already did kinda mash a little high. What yeast did you use? I think for ours, we used, Cosmic Punch. Did you add any, those phenols or anything into that one? Well, London Ale 3. Yeah, I think that Cosmic Punch is comes from London Ale 3. That was a really good yeast. I really liked it a lot. The homebrew version was phenomenal. The commercial release was pretty good too. I think we had the advantage though on the homebrew portion of ours was, all those hops were like extremely fresh, and so we were able to kind of have it like with its prime time. Right? Commercial release, you've kind of got a little bit more lead time there, um, for like letting things clean up and clear up and all that. Man, I have to relight the kettle again. One day I want to get these cameras set up so that there's a camera on the dash when doing this, so you guys can see. Got a pretty dark wort right now, not black, stout like anything, but pretty good. Nice brown, tannish. Smells really good. Oh. So I know, let's see here, Trezel's got all in one uh, brew package, claw hammer. I think, let's see here, Dock of the, I mean, Northwest does two. Brewing Bad, I think you got an all in one as well. You have a claw hammer too? Fresh Century. What do you brew on? I can't remember. I'm sure you've told me. As you can see, this is pretty much my main setup here. The anvil kettle, brew in a bag, setup. Uh, I'm going to steal a phrase, my good buddy, Northwest, here here in just a little bit. That'll be fun. Call hammer. So yeah, I mean, we're all pretty much more or less kind of the same. I mean, y'all got electric. The claw hammer 240. I mean, that's kind of on the short list if I ever get to the point of doing all-in-one setup and 240, and, their setup seems to have a pretty good entry level price point, and their equipment seems to be fairly decent anyway. I know, Northwest was saying that he was having some issues with some of his markings and stuff on his kettle. I don't know how long he's had his, brewing bad. I think you've had yours, what, maybe about 6 months, a year? Drizel with Doc, I think he's got his, not that long ago, probably, what, 3 months or so? 5, okay. Well, guys, I'm going to say that I think it's for a beer. So I'm gonna do that, and I'll be right back. But while I'm gone, let's talk about some of y'all's favorite styles to drink and to brew. And we'll talk about that in just a moment. All right, I'm back, and so this one here is my Kentucky Common. Um, it will be more or less in the same color range as this California Common, give or take a little bit with malt selection there. Totally different grain bill, but here it is. Still a little hazy. I ended up accidentally, well, not accidentally. I had to very purposefully move some kegs around, so I kicked it on something, and so it's still trying to settle out. Uh, so it's still a little hazy. I picked up some junk there. This is probably the second pint that I've pulled off since I've moved it. So cheers. I know it's normally a little bit earlier than I normally will drink a beer. Normally I wait until we get into the boil, but man, this thing this had to do it. Let's see here. Electric Herms. Man, those things is kinda a little intimidating for me. There's a lot going on there. Try to keep things a little simple, you know. George, welcome. Cheers, buddy. Good to see you. So, we're brewing a California Common today. Yeah, not a West Coast fan either, Drizel. Did I brew that with the water from the Great Mississippi? No, man, like I said, I accidentally kicked up my keg. I kinda so I did a bunch of bottling for some competitions, and somehow, some way, there was a little a leak, when I was filling in the keg with my beer gun. I'm not super experienced with it. It was the second go around, um, but I had noticed about a day or 2 after we filled, some bottles that, I had beer seeping out of the geezer, so I was like, "What the heck is going on with this thing?" And, so I opened up the geyser and moved some beer down uh, on the bottom, and it was coming through the drain. So, disconnected everything, pulled all my kegs out, cleaned up the mess on the inside of the and, in doing so, I kicked it up. I'm hoping here in a couple days it'll settle out. Um, I've got the disappointing thing there is there's a couple lockers, listeners in there, and I'm hoping that those things don't get kicked up too bad 'cause, man, they were really starting to pour, pretty clean and nice looking, so, uh it is what it is, man, I'm not gonna stress out too much about it. This thing tastes freaking phenomenal. This is one of the best ones I've ever made. Gotta deal with a little bit of haze. It is what it is. I have noticed, yesterday when I poured a pint, so I guess now I'm about 3 pints in after making that keg around 2 days ago. But get a little bit of time sitting here in the glass, it starts to clear up some, but, I'm not really planning on letting it sit around for that long. It is what it is, like I said. But by style guidelines, I'm allowed a little bit of haze, so, again, not that stressed out about that. Um, this is all corn, flaked corn, and, some, 6 row, uh, and then, a few other little, things in it. So, be on the lookout for that video here soonish. I've got a couple other videos I need to finish knocking out first, before we get to this one. But maybe I should have brewed it with Mississippi water. I don't think it'd taste, that great. So, George, what do you got going on? What are you brewing? How's life been treating you? Well, man, that temperature just keeps dropping. Sorry for the constant up and down, but gotta keep this temperature as tight as I can. One thing that kind of sucks brewing outside when it's windy and all that. I mean, I guess I could probably do a little bit better with wind blocks and like that, but then the small area that I'm brewing in, I'll be tripping over everything, and I don't want to do that. Alrighty. See here, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Really close here on this mash being done. And I can't wait to move into the boil, get this thing knocked out. Excited on that. So, let's see here. I know we talked about a little bit about what people are brewing next. Let us know what you're brewing up about next. It'll be fun to see. Um, I said that I was probably doing a rye IPA next after this. I'd like to brew some of those more historical examples. I've been digging, brewing some sours, like the kettle sours, stuff like that. Yes, it is brew in a bag. Sorry, I didn't see that comment until just now. I have this direct fire, anvil kettle, I do the brew in the bag setup on this deal. I do have a cooler mash tun that I use occasionally. I just kinda prefer this, like, single infusion type mash setup. It works really well for me, you know, um, I can knock something out pretty quickly, less stuff to clean up. That's probably my downfall, you know, I've let some of that stuff sit around in the mash tun for way too long before. Man, it's always a pain in the butt to clean up, and my problem is, so if I stop doing something and then move on to the next thing, when it comes to, like, the cooler cleanups and stuff like that, man, I suck at it, you know? I have tried to get better at, you know, cleaning as I go and stuff like that, but I've always, like, on the next thing in my mind. So, sometimes, like, my hot basket will sit around for a day before I clean it up. That cooler will sit around for, you know, 3 days before I clean it up, and it's kinda funky and nasty. Um, now, like, fermenters, I generally try to clean up, you know, as soon as they're empty, so that way, you know, happen there, right? 'Cause nothing's trying to, clean up one of those things, especially, like, if it's one of those, like, bucket pails, you know, I accidentally let one of those things go way too long or ended up throwing it out, not worth cleaning, better off just getting a new one, but, you know, it is what it is. Really enjoy the setup. In fact, I like this kettle so much, I bought the 20-gallon, not too long ago. I haven't brewed in it yet. Something tells me I probably should brew, like a smash beer in that thing, just to make sure that all my targets and all that, are good in the software on that deal, but, man, I've got this recipe for, like, a rye barley wine that I really wanna do, and I wanna make 10 gallons of it, ferment out 10 gallons of it, 5 pretty much leave as is, and the other 5 to, play around with, maybe some, like, oak staves or something like that. It's an English barley wine setup, so, it's not nearly as hoppy and all that. I will share that recipe in a little bit. I'm happy with it. I wanna review it 1 or 2 more times, and see what that looks like. Um, it's gone through a couple people that that I know and trust, that are excellent recipe writers. One of the comments that I got back on it said, "Matt, you know, that's a lot of rye." Uh, and I knew he was a rye fan, and he knows I'm a rye fan, and I said, "Yeah, I know it's a lot of rye." And he said, "It's like over 30% rye." And I said, "Yeah, I know." And he said, "Well, I can't wait to drink it." So, I just want to study it just a little bit more, especially if I'm planning on using that as the first, um, brew in that kettle. I mean, that thing has stupid, ridiculous starting gravity at, like, uh 1.1 or so it'll be one of the highest, beers that I've ever done, so it's a little intimidating. I wanna, like I said, just kinda go over it one more time, make sure that it's following where I want to be, um, so we'll see, man. I'm super stoked about it. I've got another, like, higher ABV rye beer that I wanna do too, so it's one of those things, man, I really wish that I had a barrel, space for a barrel kinda thing because I think that would be cool, especially doing so much at one time. The only thing that I worry about, one, is, like, so the amount of grains it's gonna call for this. It's almost 55 pounds of grains, for it in that bigger kettle, right? So if I mess it up, it's a pretty huge, financial expense, to kinda have to try to absorb. That's wanna go over the recipe 1 or 2 more times just to make sure it's looking like where I want it to be, and then 2, that's a lot of beer, especially if I mess something up in the fermentation aspect, if I'm not hitting those temperatures and hitting the those type of attenuation type processes and stuff in that fermentation. So, no, no, I really feel like yeah, 5 gallons it is, but on the other hand, like, at some point in time, you gotta go big or go home, right? You know? So, uh, we'll see what happens, man. I'm excited about it. You know, we'll just have to see. 10, 20, 60. Yep. About 15 more minutes after this finishes up on this. Okay-ish on temperature. I agree, yes. There's been too many times, especially recently, that I've brewed a beer that I'm like, "Man, that sucks that I only had 5 gallons of it. I gave, 2 or 3 gallons worth away to someone," or something like that. So, or I sent a bunch out for competitions. I really wish that I held back more for myself. As far as my recipes and the way that things have been turning out lately, minus a few hiccups, that are weird. I've been really happy with the way that things are turning out. So, kind of been, like, weighing that risk versus reward, right? And so, if I make 5 gallons of it and I wait the amount of time that you're supposed to on a barley wine, one of those where, I don't wanna have regret not having enough. I guess afterwards, if it's good, then maybe I can kinda blend it or something like that. To be more selfish, sure, we can call it that, like, this the I agree with that to some extent, you know you know, but I do share a lot of beer too with friends and stuff, and so sometimes, it used to be where I only kept about, maybe a 6 pack, maybe a 12 pack worth of out of a 5-gallon batch, for myself and pretty much gave everything else away to competitions, friends and family, and things like that. Barley wine's gonna be one of those ones where you're probably not gonna give someone a full 6 pack of anyways, right? Like, you're not really gonna send that over to a friend. You're probably gonna give them 1 or 2 or something like that. Maybe fill up a growler. Uh, that's a pretty tough one. That's a really good beer, to be given away in a growler, I feel like. So yeah, I guess there is some selfishness that goes along with that. On the flip side of that, there are some things that I always either try to have on hand here, I brew frequently because I really like it, and I end up giving a lot of it away, so to kind of, like, keep it coming along, like Lithuanian farmhouse that I do, that's kind of been my summer jam for the last, I don't know, 2 or 3 summers, like, years. I really enjoy that, and so, that's another reason why I got that big kettle, right? Was to, be able to knock out 2 kegs worth of that, so that way I don't feel bad when a friend comes over and we kill that keg, pretty quickly. I've already got that backup keg, ready to go. Too expensive for the high fruit beers. Yeah, yeah, that's for sure. So this one's gonna be fairly expensive, so that versus reward aspect, you know it is what it is, I know we talked about the other day on the video that released, the sauce, one where, like, it sucks to pour out a beer, right? I didn't feel too bad about pouring that one out. It wasn't my favorite beer. It wasn't a bad beer. It wasn't, like, overly the top, like, great. It had taken me a really long time to go through that one. I think after it was all said and done, I may have probably pulled out poured out, like, maybe, like, a gallon and a half, maybe almost 2 gallons of beer on that one. So, yeah, I mean, I guess that's kinda wasteful, but, I kinda was hoping that it would be at least about as good as the other Saz Smash beer that I did, um, but it is what it is. I had too many other beers on the pipeline, like my Kentucky Common, I rebrewed that Rogan beer, that I won the medal with, so that had to have a place to go, and then, I did that Bohemian Czech Pilsner, I needed a place for that to go, and then I did a pre-prohibition lager, um, and so that needed a place to live, and so both of those, that Pilsner and the lager, they needed to have some cool temperatures to live at for a while, before they were ready. So it was kind of a no-brainer, especially when I'm like, "Okay, it's time for me to do my Kentucky Common and my Rogan beer again." It was like, so there's 5 kegs of beer essentially there in that lineup. One of them's gotta go. Well, which one's the one that's gonna go? Well, it's gonna be the one that I don't like the most. So, it was that sauce, like I said, I kinda hated pouring it out, but I had better beers already kinda coming down the pipeline, so I'm happy that I took the chance to brew that again. Um, Definitely learned a few lessons with that, mostly being that, that grain bill was way too expressive, it was way too malt forward, and that sauce just kinda hid behind all that malt character, right? We did use Magnum for that, uh, so that's a cool bittering hop. Uh, there was some bitterness to that beer, but, you really couldn't pick up too much of the sauce, there. It had some vanilla characters and all that, like, that grape bill was very complex, and I think did not belong there. Yeah, so I'm thinking with this barley wine, really, like, we're probably at least, um, the time that I brew it, we're probably at least a year out to probably more like 18 months, kind of starting to turn into its prime. I'll be tasting along the way once I do it. I kinda don't know if it's one of those things that I keep in the keg or if I should bottle condition 'em, and that's another thing that I wanna determine and have a good plan for before I brew it, because when it comes to things like that, I kinda, like, get stressed out about, and so I don't wanna, like, make any, um, crazy alterations last minute, right? So, I don't know, we'll just have to see. Uh, yeah, I thought about bottling it, and that's definitely there, but, do I go for the 750s? I don't I don't necessarily think that they should, or the 350s. I don't think that 12-ounce bottles, 16-ounce bottles, or whatever should be in a barley wine, right? They should be pretty big bottles. Let's see here. What's been my favorite beer that I've brewed so far? Man, that's a tough one. I love all my children. Let me write this down here real quick. Alrighty, we're in the last 5-minute stretch here for our match. I'm not even gonna worry about the temperature. It is what it sure will be fine. So my favorite beer. for- Um, I'm really digging this thing. My latest Kentucky Common, be it dirty Mississippi water or not. Um, my Rogan beer turned out pretty good. The rebrew on that one. Uh, the one that right now that's in the keezer that probably is my favorite out of the 4. So I've got Kentucky Common, got Rogan beer, got the Czech Pilsner, Bohemian Pilsner, and then, 4th off, I have that pre-prohibition lager. I'm gonna tell you right now, that pre-prohibition lager is probably my favorite out of those 4 right now. Thing is, like, clean, it's crisp, it's clear. May not be clear right now because I've moved my keg, um, but I had to unhook the tap to that, that's, that one I was like, "Man, I need to save some for competition." So, this is more of a summer beer and everything else. So that one is good. It's probably just such a toss-up because it depends on what mood I'm in, right? I've pretty much always got a stout handy. I've got quite a few bottle, on tap right now. But, that Fiery and Ale turns out, that one was good. That recipe definitely needs, some refinement. I think I need to do some different things with, the tincture and secondary on there. Um, yeah, so out of the 3 or out of the 4 kegs in the Keys right now, 3 of them are historical time beers, right? Um, I've got a I did a saison with, Cascade, Brewery brewer on YouTube, and, I still need to finish putting together that video. He's already got his side out. I'm kinda taking it more on, like, okay, it's been a length of time now, right? Let's review these beers and see where they end up. That saison that I did is probably one of the best saisons I've ever done, hands down. Um, you know, I think it hits all the style guideline marks, right on. As far as, um, you yeast profile, though, on the saison, it's not my favorite, in that wheelhouse saison farmhouse, deals. I've definitely a few of the other saison yeasts that I've played around with. Um, did, a kettle sour recently, uh, with some escarpment, lacto and some escarpment Greek yeast, and, I sent them off to some friends and stuff, and everybody's like, "Oh, man, this is bang on." That one's disappointing to me, and I really like, those kettle sour type beers. They're really good, but, this one is kinda disappointing to me. It's still good, but, excuse me, here, the Rye Irish Stout wasn't nearly as good, this year, so, there is that. What's up, beer squashes? Yep, I've got beautiful weather. Yesterday, it was supposed to rain, it didn't rain. It was hot AF yesterday. Today, looks like there was a cold front that kinda moved in late night, early morning, and, I've I'm comfortable, here in my shorts. Beautiful spring/fall type weather. It's beautiful outside for sure. I'm happy and lucky to be able to go outside today, especially not in some water. It's yep. Uh, yeah, so, I mean, I just my problem is it's hard for me to nail down what's my favorite beer, um, to brew or there's just so many of them, and I feel like constantly have gotten better. They've evolved. I have a lot more experience. Man, I don't know. It's really, really hard, for me to peg that. Um, I don't know. I guess it's just, like I said, mood dependent, really. Um, that pre-prohibition lager, man, that's a good anytime beer, really. Alrighty, so looks like we hit the last 5 minutes of that, that mash. So I'm going to use my friend's small batch brewing saying, and it's time to drain the right. Time to drain. Request. I don't know how well the color of the wart's showing up. Looks pretty beautiful though. All right, guys. Give me 1 second. I need to go wash my hands, get some of this sticky wart off. I'm gonna refill my beer, and I forgot to grab something equipment wise that I'll need. So I'll be right back. Y'all chat here for right back. I got to get a sample cup for or gravity. Give that a few moments to cool off. I don't know if you guys can see that. Well, trying to do this without spilling it every day anywhere. It's like that. That's what our work looks like. Been kind of interested in I think it's Brewing America has a hydrometer that you can basically ever use one of those. Alrighty, moment of truth. So, target is 1042. How did we do? How about that? We overshot by 3 points. 1045. Bad. Just a little under volume. So I'm probably going to bag a little extra off of that. It'll probably dilute us a little bit, just close to gravity wise and volume wise. At least that's hope. By the way, here's the Rogan beer. Alrighty, on track. Remember, we were supposed to mash out. So let's let that come up to temp for a few minutes. Again, here is the Rogan beer. Still had carb. I've been fighting that for a few days. Yes, this is it. Cheers, guys. Alrighty. So while we wait for that to come up, the temp, a look at some of the stuff you might have missed. Drain the main grain. Yes, we did that. Thank you, Northwest. Cheers, buddy. Here. Did you the Beano yet? Let's see here. Weather has been nice here for a week until today. Many responsibilities. Anti-acid. Okay. See here. The dog will hold it down. Yeah. So the dog you heard was my pit. Um, he's, he's kind of getting old. I get a little worried about him sometimes. He's 13 now. That's my he was pretty much like I guess the first member of our family. We got him pretty much as soon as right after we got together. Let's see here. Beer break, yes, beer break. Had to get the beer. I mean, I didn't have to. Probably should drink more water, but beautiful day. What else am I supposed to do? I'm trying to figure out how to introduce beer on my channel. Just do it, man. I mean, you you have such a charisma behind you. I think you should just do it. Just say, "Hey, we're picking things up. This is what we're doing today, Drizel. I think you got this, dude. Come on, man. You've been doing the game for long enough. You got this. I believe in you." No, so it was a glass hydrometer Brewing America, does. I believe it's glass. It's kinda like your standard hydrometer. I think it even tells you temperature, but you just drop it in your mash and leave it there, until you've got your reading. See here, grocery store, just to break down unfermentable sugars. Nice color. Yep, I I really love this beer. So I've probably brewed this as much as I brewed my Kentucky Common, probably once a year, maybe over the last, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 years, something like that. Uh, Medal with one from last year. It was my first medal ever. Currently it's my own medal. Hopefully I could be able to take the notes off of all the points of that, um, and transition that into a better beer. I think, like my Kentucky Common that I showed a little bit ago, I think this is the best that I have ever brewed this. Sorry, wanna make sure that we get that mash out temperature. Yeah, the color is freaking amazing. And so this one, the way that I style guidelines, more or less kinda like a rye Hefeweizen, right? I even use Hefeweizen yeast on it. I throw a lot of rye at it and, let it go. Yeah, so I think the Brewing America one has, like, like the hydrometers that have big numbers on 'em? I think the Brewing America one has something like that. For some reason, I seem to remember it. I looked at, but, kind of really to get one of those time off my radar for a little bit. Uh, maybe I need to look into that. Yeah, I don't know how long some of you guys have been following me. When I first started the channel, I had glasses, I had LASIK done. Uh, shoot, probably about 8 months ago now, or so. Looking to be a candidate. Was touch and go there for a minute. They thought that I had glaucoma there for a little while. Some other stuff was put me on the borderline being a candidate for LASIK. I'm old enough though now that eventually I'll need to still have glasses for reading purposes. Um, but it is what it is. I wish I would have done it 20 years ago, but I mean, right? Uh, but I catch myself too on like those standard hydrometers, like every once in a while, like hey, maybe the lights not right, maybe I've exhausted my eyesight for the day or whatever, and I'll have to take out my phone and take a picture and upload to get the gravity readings too. Um, it sucks, but there's always a way around it, and unfortunately, us older guys sometimes we gotta do stuff. Oh man, sorry to hear that. That sucks. You're uh, you're still with us, and happy to see you in the chat today, though. At least, know, I've known people, that have strokes, and man, it's that's that can be scary for sure. You know? Alrighty, we're gonna shut this off and hold Tim. That's the way to look at it. Never surrender, man. Alrighty, well, cheers, fresh country. I appreciate you stopping by. Well, so while we mash out, what are some of y'all guys' favorite beers to drink? Um, commercially, I don't know if anybody else has had it. I really like Rye on Rye Flat Boulevard. That's one of my favorite commercial beers. I don't know how many of y'all follow Happy Hour and CH, but he has that bit of like um that bit of like you drink one beer for your life, what would it be? And man, it's that's one of those things where I naturally gravitate towards that beer, Rye on Rye by Boulevard. But having said that, it's also not one of those like crushers, right? Like a light American lager type of beer. It's 13% ABV barrel aged rye beer, so you're not gonna go drinking like 5 or 6 of those things, right? Um, you know, but that is one of my all-time favorite commercial beers. Um, I'll drink Coors with the guys. That's a good beer for what it is, you know? Um, see here, I'm trying to think of another beer that I've gotta pick up every time I see it. I like, Guinness, like that extra foreign stout, that's pretty good. They had, uh they had that, like, 200-year anniversary Guinness to America. That was a really good beer, um, and then there's a couple, like, Texas breweries that I really like, Real they've got Wheat Heavy that's really good. Most of their beers are really good that I've ever had, to tell you the truth. Local beers near me, Saloon Door, uh, they've got a dumple every time I go in there, okay, and right now they have this, pretzel stout, and so, like, that mouthfeel that you get out of a pretzel, I swear it's just like you can taste the dough and everything like that, and, so I'll normally get they have so they have the dunkel, then they have this coffee vanilla dunkel, and then they have that pretzel stout, and so what I'll normally try to do is if the dunkel's on tap, I'll try to get that first. Uh, lately, they've had that coffee vanilla one, um, that I'll get first because the regular Dunkel's not on tap, and then I'll switch to that pretzel style. It's normally one of those 3. Occasionally, I'll get something else, but, those are, like, my go-tos there. And we got another brewery, right down the road. Well, I say right down the road, it's like 40 minutes to an hour depending on Valenson's. Man, he's makes some amazing beer, and he does, like, some kinda, like, type of, like, historical lost beer type stuff occasionally, but he has, an export stout that's really and, uh, he just released his, barrel-aged Doppelbock, um, that had been in the barrels for, like, a year and a half or something like that, and man, that thing was freaking amazing. Like, that was pretty bad, in the good way, oh my god. See here, you're still learning, Terzel. Yeah, hey, man, that's what it's all about, like, some of those styles that grew I forgot to set my timer too, man. So, you know, that's what it's all about, like, I don't think that I've brewed a style here yet that I dislike, I guess I keep learning that more appreciation towards things and trying different things. Let's see here, to Portland, Walker, England. Man, Belgians are a tough one. I fell in love with most that I've ever I think if you like stouts, the doubles, quads are probably, like, preferred, type of beers as far as those go. I really like a good saison, farmhouse. Uh, got a farmhouse brewery here called, Jester King. That's really, really good beer. Have Stone Cold. The only one I can't seem to drink is Blue Moon for some reason. It makes me angry. Blue Moon makes you angry? Man, that's I'm sorry. I've had Blue Moon before, and I guess I just think, like, it's kinda like drinking water, maybe, is that why you get angry? Thank you for the call outs for the likes and all that. I'm pretty sure most of you are subscribed, but if you're not, do so. That is a okay. Ender, hey, hey, come here. He's kinda gone deaf, so sorry. Gonna see if maybe he wanted to come on the camera. Alright. How much time we got left? About 2 minutes. Let's see here. I said uncle, but he hasn't. So he set up the assembly line for Blue Moon. Is that correct, or is it the other brewery that you guys were talking? Hmm. Duncan will join me. I don't think he's outside. Mhm. Nope, he's not outside. Duncan's the other dog. They both have names from, books. Ender is from Ender's Game, and Duncan Idaho from Dune, kinda nerds. So, I know, Northwest had a thing about mash out versus I kinda more or less agree on it. Who else mashes in or outs? Yes, I did mention, Jester King a little bit ago, Brew and Bad. I try to buy their beer when I find it on the shelves locally. Um, they're so, like, we're in the Houston area, they're in the Austin area, and, it's a pretty good haul. I haven't made it there yet, but, I like everything that they're doing as far as, like, the beer, the sustainability, kind of and all that stuff, so we're eventually going to try to make it up there. Uh, Maybe I'll get lucky, I'll be able to film some of that trip and stuff like that, but, it's def it's definitely an interesting point for both of us. Christy is not a beer fan, FYI, guys. I've made 2 beers that she has said, "Okay," on, the one that was, like, the most okay was, cinnamon stout. She was like, "Oh my god, you kinda nailed it there." Uh, but, after the sip, she was coming out with it. The so I took yeast out of the Jester King bottles. I built up a pitchable starter on that, and, I brewed a farmhouse saison with that, and she was like, "Oh my god, whatever this is, you should probably brew more of that." So that was pretty awesome. So I know if it meets a certain threshold where she's like, it's good, but it's beer," like, I'm on the right track, so there's that. See here, I saw them at the beer store yesterday here, and it was the first time I couldn't make myself pay $18 for a bottle. You know what? Um, I honestly don't know how much I've paid for their stuff, um, because I found it and I was like, "I know I'm gonna like it," and so I bought it. If you go back and watch one of the, beginning videos there for the channel, talk about, like, research and all that. So, there's a lot of money that's spent on some commercial brewery, research purposes or just fun enjoyment. Sometimes, I haven't brewed a style, so I'll go out and buy some examples, or I just know that this, company, they make an outstanding style, or it's one that I really like, so I'll buy it. I don't think that I've spent $18 for one of their bottles, but, that wouldn't surprise me. They're pretty bottles, so I think if you average it out, it's probably not that bad. I think they're what, like 750 milliliters or better on those? Smash out large. Yeah, so, I typically don't mash out. Sometimes I forget to do it, like, yesterday meant to do it. Because from my understanding anyways from talking to some people, uh, it's not necessarily about ending times because 'cause you're gonna do that as you bring up the temperature. It's kinda more about, helping, with things like head retention and stuff like that, and so, I meant to do it yesterday, I forgot, I got busy with something else in my head. I mean, it is what it is. So, we're actually out of time there for the mash out, so it's time to relight this burner and moving into the boil. So, right back. All right, looks like I'm gonna have to change propane bottles. Doing that pulsing thing where it's like it just settled out. So we'll give it a little bit. I know it's kind of close when I was checking bottles uh yesterday to make sure I had things ready. I know that one was kind of close. When I gauged it, I was like, I don't know if I'll get a full brew out of it or not. You don't mash out or sparge. Yeah, so I try to single infusion most of my things. Um, there's been a couple that I've sparged, or decocted or whatever, but most things I try to single infuse. Uh, you know, each thing has its own reason or whatever the case may be, you know. But I think most styles you can probably get away with single infusion as long as you've got a big enough kettle, you used enough water or whatever. Um, thought about maybe trying to do some they call it like rye barley wine, like take on rye boulevard deal. Uh, I've thought about maybe doing like a reiterated mash on that. You know, um, as far as sparging, I've done it a few times, but it's just so easy that if you have a big enough kettle and you have a low to medium, starting gravity or whatever for single infusion, for like brewing a bag. That's just kind of my thought on it. Everybody's different. And I don't think that there's a wrong way to do it. I think it was kind of fun when I did. Well, I say the other day. Hell, I mean, it was here when we did it. The rye Irish style, kind of sparging that way to get the second for another beer. It's easy for me. I can use one of my friends. Yep, that's kind of more or less what I did with that second runnings for that rye Irish stout was about like 165, 170 for the water for that, and then just kind of essentially like let it act for a little bit, and then found out that the the runnings on it were kind of low, so let it come down a little bit in temperature, and we threw in some grains and then kind of like remashed there, mashing out. Make sure that your gravity is the same each time. I I kind of agree with that. Like you're just trying to use like mash out right to make sure that you have consistency to your program, right? And as far as the consistency goes, though, being homebrewers, I mean, you kind of want to do that, right? I mean, uh, but I don't think that there's a wrong way, and you know what I mean? Like, I mashing out or not mashing out, if it's your thing, it's your thing. Sparge it. If it's your thing, it's your thing. 200 instead of mash. Yes, I knew you over mash, but beneficial to stir the mash. So I stir because I'm impatient. Um, for no other reason, OCD or whatever. I'm not really shooting to do anything other than satisfy my own curiosity and entertainment at that point. Uh, I don't do it any other particular reason. I don't know if there's actually any scientific way about that. I just got enzymes, going, right? And, um, I'm moving it's kinda like the way that I cook steaks, right? So, I'm constantly, like, flipping them back and forth to keep the juices moving. I'm constantly stirring the mash to keep kicking enzymes. If it's a real thing, I don't know. It's just something that I've done forever, and I can't seem to shake it. Like it says, that OCD kinda deal. See here, set it and forget it, the claw hammer recirculates. Yeah, so I don't really recirculate. I got a recirculation pump, but I hardly ever use it. I've used it in that Belgian double that I did, with uncle and some other things. Used it to transport, beer back and forth between fermenter and one. See here, does improve my efficiency. Hey, thanks, Bitter Reality. Man, it's really good to see you, man. I know you're kinda one of the early adopters. Really appreciate all the support that you give me. Uh, Bitter, man, I'm sorry. I know I'm a couple videos behind on your channel. Uh, you know how it goes, but man, thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. So, disturbing the grain bed, yeah, there's some negative stuff there. Um, Brewing a bag, I mean, we're doing single infusion, right? So I don't think that you're really like doing any negative, right? Now once you have that green bed set and like if you're kind of sparge slowly and forward off and all that, then you're gonna kick all that stuff back up where you're trying to settle and you're trying to bring the bed, right? So, if you have the setup similar to that, you're probably not gonna want to do that. I'm sorry that I've gotta stop here, that tidbit because we're starting to come up with furniture and I've got the all covered and warped snow everywhere. Not ideal. So we get a nice little thick ness that, so that'll be nice once it breaks. See here. Thank you, Twitter. I really appreciate that. And it's my favorite kettle too. You don't want the wort to flow too fast through the grain. Restriction, more strict. Yep, exactly. I guess that's what I was trying to get at. Thank you, Northwest. I really appreciate that. Home brewing, the job of waiting forever for everything. So today's hops. I know we didn't really talk about that when we talked about the grain bill. Let's see here. We're using Northern Brewer for this on all three hop editions. So we have a hop edition at 60 minutes. We'll have another hop edition at 15, and then we're gonna steep Whirlpool a hop edition. So that'll be fun and exciting. So the Northern Brewer hops was all called out actually in the style guidelines that you don't exclusively have to use that hop type for the style for your brew or whatever. I thought it was one of those things that I probably should do if you're saying that you don't necessarily have to use them exclusively. we're gonna hit all those notes and stuff that we need to for the hot profile of, the earthiness, and mint type flavors. The only other thing that kinda entered my mind off of the hops that I know kinda more like the back of my hand would be like Sauce, maybe Cluster, I think, like, maybe Mount Hood, would probably be those good filler ones. Um, things maybe a little bit closer to, like, those noble type hops, um, seeing as how, of course, this is more of a tried and true American style, and, that Northern, brewer seems to be called out on, felt like that was something that I needed to do, and we're gonna have a ball because I was talking. Alrighty, got a nice little small little boil trying to finish out here, get some of that foam cleared off. So, I use a hot basket majority of the time. If I'm using anything more than an ounce of hops, typically the hot debris goes to the chickens. Alrighty, so while we wait for that bowl to kind of finish settling out, 1.24 ounces of Northern Brewer will be our 60-minute edition. No, it's not a treat. Go, go. Duncan. All right, right on the money. All right. Man, windy days kind of suck for direct fire, but it is what it is. Trying to find that perfect brew, or that perfect fire for. Well, I messed that up, didn't I? Whoopsie. Yay. I'm gonna pick those up and put them in the ground. That'll be some real earthiness. Okay. All right, here we go. Got to kick that down a little bit. Put some salt in there. Okay. Let's see here. So next edition will be at the 15-minute mark, and we'll set a timer for 40 minutes. Because when I put that chiller in, it's going to kill oil a little bit. Alrighty, so video on a brew one day. I deleted a few old ones I had. Figured out live stream stuff yet. A video do. Man, so live stream, it took me a minute to figure out as well, you, you almost kind of gotta, hey, I want to live stream, and then you gotta wait like 48 hours or something like that for you to be able to. But no, videos are definitely good. Live streams, I just wanted to hang out with you guys. while I do this, sometimes it's boring. Most of the time I put music on or whatever, chickens out, whatever the case may be. But, just wanted to hang out, and I kinda got addicted to live streaming there for a little bit, hanging out with you guys. The beer is the character. And I really appreciate, man, every single one of you subscribers and followers on, YouTube and on, Instagram, and all the other things that I do. I'm lucky to have every single one of you guys, and you know what? You guys push me to make it better every time that I do something. I really enjoy the back and forth that we experience. That we're all helping build a better community. We're all brewing better beers because of the interaction between all of us, right? And I've been lucky enough to make some really good friends, here. I know quite a few other uh, content creators on everything and all that. And I hope that I am able to return every bit of gratitude that I feel like you guys have given me, on everything. Like, you guys are awesome, and I really appreciate everything that you guys do for me. Well, even just coming and hanging out today, like, I was like, "Man, I kinda miss my friends," you know what I mean? Like, it's pretty cool. So, let me check on this boil here. I think we've gone down a little bit. I'll be right back. like I said, those windy days are really hard to find that just right amount of flame for your direct fire kettle, you know? I set it and then the wind kicked up. So, I have a feeling that I'm gonna do this a lot today, fine tuning that deal. Well, so let's see here. We have about 20, 30 miles an hour today. Oh man, that, those are rough days. We live right here on the coast, probably about, I don't know, 30 miles away from the beach. And so there ain't a whole lot of like woods or anything like that to you know kill the wind before it reaches here. And man, there's sometimes that it's almost like freaking hurricane without the hurricane. Like, it gets ridiculous sometimes. So, beer quass, what's your favorite beer? I know a whole lot about you. I know we talked back and forth a little bit on happy hour and stuff, and, uh, what's your favorite beers to brew? I know you kinda talked about some of the beers that you like to drink, but, you're a purist. Like, more than BJCP or BJCP has got it right? German imports. I can see that. Like, I've definitely have gained a lot better of experience, or not experience, appreciation towards some of the German beers. I, like, what is it? Weissbach and Weissbier and all those. I think, though, that I prefer Belgians over German beers for the most. Not that there's anything wrong with, like, a good, clean German beer, like, you know, Hefeweizen, Dunkel, or something like that. Definitely have my favorites as far as those go. I think Dunkel's probably pretty far up there with the German beers. Uh, it's kinda hard to say if I prefer, like, Hefeweizens over those, you know what I mean? Check on my pull again real quick. Just so you know, the name of um Rogan beer is, called, "In the Face of Purity." That's what I use to compete with it, so kinda little jab about rye, not just barley. I'll be right back, guys. All right. Really? The cars and carb. That's interesting. I looked into that one time. I'm like, man, that's seems beer flavored beer. Also enjoy it. Almost any other styles too. Here to peers. Hey, you know what, dude? It takes all like mad respect for that like purity brewing. Like I, that's awesome. You're right. You definitely are for sure. So this is the first time I've seen this in the store. I've had it before though. Dragon's Milk Bourbon Barrel Aged Stout, 11%. We had a beer share one time. Somebody brought some over, and I remember it being pretty good. Right. Oh, it's a beautiful day. So why not a stout on this fall light? Table's getting full of glassware and stuff around here. For God's sake, somebody should do something about that. Like, probably stop drinking beer, but holy crap. Yes. Know how like there's some barrel aged beers that have like syrupy biscuits, like mouth. This is not. You can definitely taste the alcohol like from the barrel, but this is really good. Gnome does some crazy things, that's for sure. I talked to Gnome a lot too. Hell, I mean, we talked almost every day last week. I think it was about different things. I sent him some beers to try out to get his input. You know, like saison fan and stuff, and so wanted to get his input. I know he recently just joined a brew club. Kind of hesitant about it. Just joined MHP as well, and so we were talking kind of about those things. And I said, "Hey, let me send you this saison to see what you think about it because we're both like saison farmhouse, you know, head type people and things." And so I'm really interested on what he has to say about them because I submitted them and I'm like, man, this is really really good. I think this is really really close to South. I need somebody else's opinion that I trust on those, and I think he's got a palate and appreciation towards those styles that he can tell me, hey, I'm messing up on this or that. I sent him that kettle sour that I talked about earlier, and he liked it a lot. He made some suggestions that I think I'm gonna try out next time, that I brew that, but I'm probably gonna brew it in, like, November or December at this point, and just run through the stock that I have and, you know, take those notes on those competition things that I get back.
So here's a question for all you guys that are still in the chat and stuff. When you go to taste your beer, to judge your own beer, to figure out did I hit my guidelines for the style? Did I do what I was shooting for, right? Did the impacts that I made, like, am I tasting them? How do you taste that beer? What are the things that you do when you taste beer? Do you try to judge beer or whatever every time that you drink a beer? Or you know, able to turn that off for a minute and just, like, say, "You know what? I'm gonna enjoy drinking this beer. I'm not gonna try to pick out all the stuff and things like that," you know? I'm curious to know that. I find myself more and more trying to sit there and say, does this fit the style guidelines? And am I did how close did I do? Did that even if it's not a style guideline beer, right? Like the fire ant ale that I did the habanero feature add anything to it of value? Did the red malts, do anything? Can I pick up on this and all that? I find myself more and more having a hard time, like clocking out and just saying, "You know what? I'm just gonna drink this beer. All I care about is does it taste good?" I think that's a fair point for sure. Yeah, I definitely care about that as well, and I do think that, like, "Oh, I need to sit back and enjoy this, does it taste good?" Because, like, I guess I've become that content creator, and I'm trying to put all this stuff into competitions, and so I'm constantly trying to judge other things against the things that I'm brewing or find those inspirations even, to enjoy, but doing better understanding guidelines. Yeah, and I guess that's what I do as well is try to go out and find those examples or become familiar with those examples of of styles to say, "I'm interested in actually brewing this. How are those things stacking up against the things I'm brewing?" You know what I mean? Initial tasting, I want to see if I brewed what I intended. Yeah, it's just a matter of enjoyment. I only brew a couple styles. I've not devolved into more probably ales. Lagers are coming. Workload is reduced. I haven't brewed since last week. Man, I'm fortunate enough to be able to brew majority of the time where I want to. There's a couple of times of the year that gets a little tight for me to brew in. Some of them are the same for you guys, like holidays and stuff like that. But, for the most part, I'm fortunate enough to brew a lot, I think my first year as a content creator, I brewed, like, 46 batches. I think last year, I think it was closer to, I don't know, 25, maybe 30. This year, I've definitely taken a step back and said, "Okay, look, I've got some of these refinement things done. I don't have to brew every style to become familiar with them now. Like, I can try to take all those notes that I got the first year or 2 and sit back and say, "Okay, this is the way that I need to head this," or whatever. I haven't pressure fermented either, but, I definitely want to try that for sure. Man, I really hope that things get, easier for you to be able to brew, more frequently. Like, I you know, I I find myself every week being like, "Okay, I get to brew this week. What am I brewing?" All that, I I'm blessed as far as that goes. Because, you know, I take no, uh, no too small, uh, bits about that. I'm fortunate enough to be able to do that. As a matter of fact, my wife Christy, she was the one that actually suggested that I stream today, to be able to hang out with you guys. So, thanks. I really appreciate the ability to be able to do that, you know? Yeah, so and that's another good thing to that, with our hobby, right, our brewing hobby, like, we're able to reuse some of this equipment for other things. Um, water bath and pressure canning. Um, like, that's awesome. That's something that we thought about or whatever. I think luckily we've been able to get by with, like, canned things, the normal one that you get from, like, Walmart or whatever, that's sufficient enough anyways. But, a couple years ago, uh, we had a hard freeze, and I had things like water and ice already on hand, and having the propane burner and things like that, I was able to, have drinking water for us, water for the, kids to be able to take baths and stuff like that, and so, that was an added benefit to be able to be able to use my equipment more than just beer related stuff. I've also we were trying to do a chili cook-off earlier this year, and we talked about, like, trying to do, uh, chili in the kettle or whatever, you know? So, I mean, it all makes sense for sure. Nice. Yeah, it's all about, necessity. Hold on a second, it looks like oh, I was gonna say, looks like she needs a helping hand, but it looks like she got it, so the Ceve cooking, yeah, that's pretty awesome, point. Yeah. So are you on gas out there then, Bear Boss? You know, like here, so unfortunately, so when our house was built, there's like gas ports everywhere throughout the house, right? The only thing that's on gas is the, water heater, and, so, like, whenever we use the canner or whatever, we're using, like, electric, and, so that takes a long time, I remember brewing on the stovetop, with the, like, malt extract, stuff like that. Things take forever, and, oh, you have an electric stove? And that's what I was gonna say, it's like it takes for freaking ever, and so it's a pretty good idea to, I guess, get my kettle going or whatever and the canning, deal. Uh, Thanks for the hint. No, I use electric. Sometimes I've wanted to put pressure can on Matt's fire side because it's stupid electric. Yeah. The only thing we were worried about was, like, I think it was, like, the thickness of the material on the deal, but, I've said, like, "Just take it up slow, I think you'll be okay." You're not putting me to work this summer, I got beer to brew, woman. I got score sheets to turn into MHP. 40 quart pressure canner. I don't know if that's a big one or not. It seems like it would be a pretty big pressure canner. So it looks like we got a few extra people watching now. You haven't jumped into the chat, please do so. Let us know who's watching. If you're still here, let's have a roll call. I know seen Tarzell pretty recently, Northwest pretty recently. Brewing Bag, you still here, bud? I think I saw you recently. Yep, Tarzell's here. Tarzell's always here. You're my boy, buddy. 2 propane burners. Yeah, so I've got 2 propane burners too. I brew currently on the Blickman Hellfire, and then I have my old, turkey fryer, um, you know, Academy special crawfish boiler burner type deal here too. I so once I got this Hellfire, one, that one went back, and was used mostly for, like, things like decoction or whatever, or quick heating for some off my normal kettle type stuff. Um, so I'd like to eventually, of course, because this is the never upgrade project of this. I would like to get another Hellfire eventually, and I thought about doing like a double rig deal, like on metal or something like that. I don't know. This hobby is so ridiculous with the ability to be able to upgrade and make things. There's nothing wrong with using coolers for mash tuns. I It was actually a while until I decided I pretty sure I had already had this Anvil kettle before making a cooler mash tun. I can't remember what beer it was that I was looking at doing, but I was like, "I'm gonna need this." I wanna say it was my Belgian Double. I could be wrong. I know I've brewed both of my versions of that in that thing. I seem to think that it was that beer though. Um, to but, I excuse me, I probably should use that a little bit more often. Quickly turn to electric and a pump to make life easier. I bet, yeah. No, I bet, yeah, it becomes a little much. Um, one of my good friends, Ramon from Venture Brewing, um, he is an amazing person. I love him to death, and, I know after a brew day for him, it takes a while for him to kind of, be able to kinda get back, you know right. I know he switched to mostly 3-gallon, brew days, for himself. Uh, you know, sometimes I wonder what the hell I'm even doing with 5 gallons, but I'm I'm capable, and fortunately, I have enough thirsty friends that I can send most of my stuff off to. They seem to like, some of the stuff that I don't like, so that it's kinda beneficial there, especially that, uh, that I did that, Mr. Beer Kits after, like, switching to all grain for years, and after having started a YouTube channel, we were walking through Target one year, um, it was, like, Christmas, just after Christmas, and they had it on clearance, and I told Christy, I was like, "Hey, I need to get this. I've never done one, and I've gotta do it." And, man, that terrible. I hated it so much, and, I gave 1 or 2 to a friend, and, they were like, "Oh, this is great." I was like, "Good, you can have every bit of this beer. It just has to go away. It's terrible. I can't stand it. I drink way too much for 3 gallons. Okay, half a beer. I cheers. Moving along pretty good still. See here, got about 11 minutes until we gotta add that, so feel like that's tricking about right. Um, Kinda worried with the way that we've had fluctuation in the flames and stuff on this kettle about, um, my boil off rates, but we'll see what happens, because 'cause we'll have another 20-ish minutes left in the boil after I add my cooler or my chiller to it. And we're sitting at just about probably about 6 and 3/4 gallons. I probably should kick it up just a little bit, but I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay. My first boil kettle was my wife's personal bath. Wow, really? That's pretty cool. My first bowl kettle was the Northern Burger starter kits, and that thing just died actually after 2017. Uh, I went and used it for the decoction of the Bohemian Pilsner, and, yeah, that I started dumping my decoction, into that thing, and, it just didn't seem to be boiling right or something. I kept hearing noise. What the hell is going on? So I looked, and sure enough, I have a little bit more than a pit leak. So, I went and grabbed another pot and did it inside real quick, and then added it back into the mash. But, yeah, it kinda hurt my feelings that that pot gave up the ghost. Had that pot forever. Christy actually used that pot on her first, attempt at cheese, I think it was. So, it kinda hurt my feelings that decided to give me give me 1 second here. Hey, hey, come, 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 come. Sorry, he's, barking at squirrels or everybody else. He's not a bad dog. He's the best good boy. Here, here, come here, come here. Sorry, he's kinda gone deaf, so he relies on visual clues, but he's kinda in, patrol mode. Come here. Nope. Decided to go inside. He is the best good boy. It's funny sometimes the things that, they think they see in it. The other, uh the other dog we have, so Ender's a pit mix that we have. He's, like, kinda just 57. Like, you can see everything from Rhodesian Ridgeback to, uh, dachshund in him, and he takes personal offense at pretty much everything that's outside the fence. Squirrels, everything. It's crazy. Brewing bad. I've got a Kentucky Common already on the brew schedule. I'll have to add Prohibition Lager. Hey, Brewing Bad, hit me up, on Instagram or whatever. We'll exchange a little bit more personal information or whatever. Well, I'm interested in seeing your Kentucky Common recipe. Oh, I'll give you, I'll give you my pre-prohibition lager, one if you'd like to. I'll at some point in time before the chat or before the stream ends, I will go connect the tap to the keg, and I will pour that thing for you guys, let you guys see that one. Um, that one was a beautiful beer before I moved the keg. I have no idea what it looks like right now. I haven't poured one since I moved the keg. Yes, it's his island. So I have almost a 9-foot fence around our property line. Um, Christy and I, we built it right after we moved here, and a lot of people like to joke that if they've never been in our backyard, like like we've got a pipe in sunshine and like all this other stuff. But like we have our own microclimate or whatever the case may be. But to tell you the truth, I really love it. Like I wouldn't have it away. It's pretty awesome. And yes, during a hurricane, it is our own little island, sometimes a peninsula. Yeah, we moved here. Let's see here, probably about a month before a hurricane. We bought the house, and we have this huge oak tree. Um, you'll see it in some of the other videos that I've done, and it's kind of like right over the house and like stuff. So, uh, like that, that night, during the hurricane, we were oh crap, like of course we bought this place. It's like untested or whatever. We were super nervous or whatever. Knock on wood, we came out really good on that. We've tried to stay proactive on a lot of things, especially with the huge oak tree, close to the house and stuff. Uh, but uh, but yeah, um, fortunately, we live in a hurricane area, so we got to deal with that. Yep. Funny thing about the fence and the hurricane, so where we live, like the soil past like the first, I don't know, 2 inches or so is like gumbo clay, right? So in some areas, like where we've put in gardens and stuff, we've built up the soil activity, right? So, we've got a good amount of soil there. And so when we were trying to put the fence, um, we got a postal digger and we're digging, digging, digging. Well, it would take like 3 or 4 days to like dig far down to be able to put a post. So after like 3 posts, I was like, okay, we've got to do something different. So we went and like rented like one of those augers from like Home Depot or whatever, and like that was taking forever. And like you have all kinds of problems with those things, right? Like if you're not standing straight, gets out of your grip, turns around, hits you in the thigh, or whatever the case may be. So we did that for about 3 or 4 posts. We're done with that. So then we got the rent rental auger deal. pulled one behind my truck, brought it here. We got 3 or 4 posts in, and, or holes down, and, one or the auger, like, caught a little bit of, like, the concrete foundation of the house, and so, like, it got stuck with in all, like, slick, mud or gumbo or clay or whatever the case may be. It took me 24 hours to dig that thing out so we could return it. And so, like, the whole time, like, since we bought the house and, like, all this other stuff, we said, "Oh, okay," like, trying to get work deals with people with tractors and things like that, and, so the day before the hurricane happened, a close friend of ours came out with a tractor, and he punched all the holes for, all the posts. And at that point in time, I think we had probably, I don't know, like 10, 15 posts put in, and, so the hurricane happened, and it went and it backfilled all the posts that he dug, right, with all the dirt that came out of the field. So then we had to, like, basically dig it, which wasn't that bad because it was all kinda, like, loose dirt at that point. So then we dug all these holes that had, like, water still in them, so we were able to put the post in there and dump concrete in there and all that. We lost something like, I don't know, like 30, 36, 20, something like that. 4 by 4 posts, because of the hurricane, because, like, our whole neighborhood flooded except for this house and, like, 1 or 2 other houses in the neighborhood. We're, like, at the highest point of the neighborhood. Like, yeah, all this lumber just floated away, just gone. We heard that, "Oh, there's a bunch of 4 by 4s that floated down the creek," or whatever, like, "Well, see ya, I guess it's gonna go in the Gulf of Mexico or something." Like, there wasn't anything that we could do. And, so I had all the concrete, uh, put up in this shed that you see back over here, and, all the rain and all the water, like, solidified all these things, all these bags of concrete that we had bought, and it took me, like, a freaking week and a half, 2 weeks or whatever with a sledgehammer to bust them all up and be able to get rid of all that. So, yeah, fun times, man. Yes, no, I definitely agree, like, so we didn't have a tractor, so we're not on a big enough piece of property really to justify a tractor or whatever. We wouldn't use a tractor nearly enough, but we have friends with tractors, so, like, I bribed them with beer, I bribed them with money, I bribed them with beer and money, like, I just couldn't ever really get the good deal, like, solidified until, like, the day before the hurricane showed up. And so, like, I think we started the fencing project in, like, June or July. Um, Over time, we slowly started, keep adding to it. I wanna say I think it was, like, in October or November, we finally got finished with the fence. And that's just, like, coming home, you know, like, cutting up a couple pieces of wood, mounting everything like a run or whatever, and then calling it quits because, the sun setting and all that. So, alrighty, so our timer's up, and it's time to go ahead and add this chiller, get everything ready there, and, keep on keeping on. We're moving right along. Alrighty, so adding that chiller to our boil, of course, killed the boil. Um, Waiting a bit here for that to kick back up. So, yes, since we started talking about all kinds of stuff, what else would you guys like to know about us or whatever? Good times. Let's never do it again. Let's pay people to do that next. That's uh, that's it. Yep. Let's pay people to do it next time. Who's a member of a local homebrew club? Fierce Boss, you member Brewing Bad, Northwest, anybody else that's watching? I see that there's a few of you guys, maybe, possibly, that haven't chimed in into say hello. Um, Probably won't scare you all too bad, maybe. I don't know. I'm gonna get another cigar. I'm kind of jonesing. Cigar Jones. You're hungry. You know what? You should have thought about that before signing on. I don't know. Brewing bag, so you're out of Tennessee. Um, what's the what's the homebrew status around there? Beer Quas, you were what, Illinois? I think I've got a couple friends out there. What's your homebrew status out there? Excuse me. Yeah, no, luckily I didn't have to deal with that too long. 70 miles to your local homebrew store. Um, so yeah, we had a homebrew store that was a pretty big component of homebrew our homebrew club. Unfortunately, they shut down, and so I went, like, about 6 months, I think it was, without a homebrew store local, and, we had to drive, shoot, I don't know, nearly 50 miles each way, and, that sucked a lot. I mean, we tried to work in other activities there, so, like, if you're going to that side of town, try to knock all this other stuff out kinda deal. Um, but unfortunately or fortunately enough, a member of the club that had been a pretty big member of, the local community stepped up and opened up a homebrew club. So hey, come here, come on. Okay. He decided to go inside. Anyways, yeah, mail order freaking sucks. Uh, we harvest so I've done a little bit of harvesting yeast, that's pretty cool. I've got my own hops as well. Homebrew club here in Nashville, Music City Brewers. That's pretty cool. Shit for that rye barley one, I'm looking at buying sacks full of grain. I mean, that's I feel you there. So with homebrew stores, man, I really, really hope if there's anybody else open that they can sustain this little like role and like try to kind of keep things going. My local homebrew store has been trying to like get into more and more things. They've got a like a RO water system there. Things that like just kind of keep trying to bring people in. You know, fortunately, you gotta try to diversify as much as possible in today's world, to be able to sustain, your business. I hope they make it, man. Like, I tried to do everything that I could, of course, with the channel and everything, to keep my local hardware store open, and then now that the new one's open, like, I it sucked to have to drive as far as we did to be able to get supplies. I'm definitely trying even harder to do things as much as possible to keep them going. Northwest, like, enjoy that. Like, nothing against the brew store that's, like, far away from me. They never did me wrong at whatsoever. But man, it sucks to hop into a car and have to drive, like, over an hour away to be able to go to a homebrew store, only to find out that they just sold people stuff from the next state over because they don't have a homebrew store. Yeah, so I tried to grow barley here, I tried to grow rye here. So far, as far as the grains go here for the part of Texas that I'm in, the best success that I've had has been, with sorghum, and, I netted or whatever, probably about a pound after everything was said and done of malted grain that I was able uh, to process, and it wasn't enough for me to be able to do too much with, so, like, I ended up, like, roasting some, and then I got some sorghum, like, extract, and then made a beer out of it. It was really good. Like, I'm happy that I did it and I had that experience, but, I need a farm to do what I need to do. You know that I'm better. Barley likes dry as the seed develops mold. Yeah. I I hear that. Like, so, like, when I tried to grow rye down here, like, I was like, "Oh, screw it. I'll, I'll start throwing rye in people's ditches and stuff just to try to try to get some." Like, I was pretty desperate back then. I mean, it is what it is, like, right? There's not a whole lot that we can do. Uh, but eventually, my goal is try to at least I would love to be able to grow 1 whole brew's worth of supplies in our garden or whatever, like, I think that that would be, I think that that would be to be able to do. Like, if I could walk away and say, "Look, I grew my hops, I grew some grains, I cultured some yeast, right, off of, like, the strawberry or the hop plants or whatever," and, like, I mean, as far as water, like, I'm not gonna use our city's water, it's very hard. So I'll make a concession there. But if I can brew a batch of beer off of what I could grow here, like, that would be awesome. Like like, I can't even explain how excited I would be. I've got a rainwater catchment system that if I could sit there and feel good about being able to, uh, like, kill all the bugs that would be in there, like, I would use that, like, it's nuts, you know? Maybe I'm just a dreamer. We can grow cereal right here. I don't know the difference between cereal rye and non-cereal rye, like, is there a difference? I've never encountered that. Looks like we've got a pretty good, bowl that's returned slowly but surely. So, set a timer, and our next top edition will be zero point 0.8 ounces. And then we're going to move into the Warlock tablet as well. They do a beer with rye, chocolate malt, crystal malt. So with rye malts, so you've got like rye pale malt, and then you've got like flake rye, and you've got chocolate rye, and then you've got um Era rye, I believe. And then you've got a lot of rye available actually, and that rye barley wine uses quite a few of them that I have planned. Um, I I love rye. Um, I love rye beers, obviously the roast beer, and then a few others that I've done. And then, I love rye whiskey. One year I made, the rye, uh, Rogan beer, and, Christy took some of the grains from we dried them out and all that, and made a crust from all the grain beer, a pecan pie. So that was pretty awesome. I just love rye. I don't know what it is. It's the spiciness and everything that passed off of it. Like, I just 80 acres full of corn, beans, wheat, other grains to produce. We have just yeah. So I talked to somebody that was I guess he, like, leases all his land to co-ops and stuff like that, out towards Idaho and Montana, and, I told him kinda what I was doing. I I told him, I said, like, "Hey, like, if you guys get any, like, grains that you can't sell to the co-op," which I know would probably be almost impossible for him to do, but, like, I would be interested in, like, a small portion of them or whatever, just throwing the feelers out there kinda deal, you know, after he found out that I was trying to do sorghum, during that year, um, because I had tried previously the year, uh, um, so I've tried the barley, both 2 row, 6 row, and then a couple other heritage type ones. And then I had tried like winter wheat, I think it was. So I've tried a few things here. I think the oak tree kind of killed a lot of my successes, especially um, some years we get an abundance of tomatoes and whatnot. I think it kind of depends whatever the oak tree decides that will serve that year. Righty, it's almost time to add that Warflock tablet and the rest of our hops for boil additions. I'll be growing wheat in years this year, planting corn next year, soybeans. That's pretty cool. Have you? I don't know. Have you ever tried like one thing that I'm curious about doing in like our little homestead gardens is like peanuts. It's like a nitrogen fixer. Have you ever tried like peanuts? Like I think that would be pretty cool. Go the rest of the bowl hops and the Warflock tablet. Next up is the let's see here. Yeast nutrients. Hmm. Yeah, I knew that like all like beans and stuff were the nitrogen do as well for north. Yeah, I'd seen so like alternatively to like beer research and stuff, I'd try to look at like a lot of garden and homestead type stuff, right? And I'd seen somebody in like Georgia, I think it was, suggest growing like peanuts and like cotton as like tillable and like setting up, like all the uh, nutrients and soils and stuff like that. I thought that that was pretty. You see a lot of like the three sisters like permaculture type gardening, and that was pretty cool to us. But we've never really been able to successfully do that. It's like okay, we can get some corn going, but this year the beans don't wanna do anything or whatever the case may be. So, eventually, we're gonna get it figured out. Yeah, cover, cover crops. So we've got a lot of, like, clovers and other type of things that kinda grow sporadically here freely that we sometimes let go. The the front yard, I pay somebody to, pretty much, keep nice and going for us. The backyard, I'll let go a little wild. Um, I'll mow and trim a couple portions for dogs to be able to take care of business and whatnot, and then, we have a couple different gardens. So, over to the side over here, we have, like, what we call the production garden. That's where, like, the tomatoes and peppers and stuff like that go. My hops are over there. They're teeny tiny right now. I think I'm battling a little. I'm hoping that they take off here pretty soon. On this side over here, we've got what we used to be the production garden. We had to build up the soil a lot there. Now we've turned it into like the cottage garden. So we've got a lot of random plants here or there, like mints and things like that. We'll throw in a couple different things. I used to I that's where I try to grow, some, the sorghum, the wheat, the rye, and all that. Um, and then, behind, at least on the same side of the cottage garden is where I have, the sugar going right now. I now when I went through and I trimmed all the sugar cane up, I had some cuttings, I tried to put them around to, help cultivate more sugar cane, to eventually be able to, make my own, Belgian type, uh, syrups and stuff like that, some sugars. That project's kinda failed, so I'm waiting for the sugar cane to kinda come back so I can try to do things there. Yeah, so, we, uh we tried to do, that as well with, chicken bedding. I don't know how well you can see it in that garden over there. Got a couple piles out of their coop, uh, for the bedding, that we just kinda keep topping off year round, let them do their things in the bedding, and then we try to, let that kinda decompose a little bit, because it's hot with all that nitrogen and other, l locked away resources that need to break down a little bit so it doesn't, burn our garden or whatever. We tried our hands at, some, organic, uh, cooking and stuff, and, hold on 1 second. So, it's time for the yeast nutrients. So, we tried our hands at, some, of the yeast nutrient, right? And, organic composting. So, the first year that we tried to compost, we did okay, right? So we took, some scraps that like stuff from lettuce and all that kind of stuff, and, we did okay. It wasn't phenomenal. I think we ended up with, maybe half a barrel of, uh, wheelbarrow full of compost. And then after that, I really started up with, brewing my ass off, and so we had a lot of grains. So I was in there constantly, turning it over into the compost pile, and we were able to dig out some plants. I had a mango tree at one time that I dug out, and, some other and, man, that compost pile that year was, 2, 2.5, maybe almost 3 wheelbarrowfuls full of compost that we got off of that. The problem was all the pests that it naturally attracts, right? We were it was far enough away from the house that we didn't really have to deal with that. Now the other side of that, now that we had established that at that point, we have some, rats and stuff like that, mice, get in that shed back there that you see in the background. Well, I have a different shed now that we keep all of our components in, so we don't hardly ever go into that. We're eventually gonna make that a greenhouse. So, slowly but surely, we're treading more and more towards sustainability and that kind of thing. Sugar cane is only sugar. Yeah, that's kind of, what I was trying to do was make, the sugars, right? like sugar and then turn it into like a kinda like a Belgian candy sugar. Chicken litter appears to be about in PK. Yeah, so I believe from what we had learned or what we had seen from, like, the chicken litter or whatever, you need to, like, let it die down just a little bit before adding it to the garden. So we tried to arrange that to where in springtime, we were kinda adding that, to the garden. Exactly, yeah, so we were trying to give it some time to wow. All we can do is try and learn. Yeah, so, we've tried so many different experiments here with different things. I tried to take grains from, basically directly mashing to adding them to the garden, but, we ended up with a little bit of a pest rodent problem throughout the garden. Uh, we added that to the composter turner deal, we added it to the compost pile and all that. Really, most of the time, the chickens just get the pretty much lion's share of the, grains. Um, Christy, uh, she bought, some soldier flies? Black soldier flies, and, they like, the wet, damp grains, so it's kind of like a two-part deal, so, like, they'll get rid of the grains for us, but they'll also reproduce. That'll turn into, like, chicken snacks and stuff there, so the chickens really love that. Not by choice, her parents. I I saw someone, recently said on the internet, it was like, "I think everybody deserves one shot at for themselves." Moving along pretty good right now. I'll, back. Um, I guess, in the chat, let us know if all this gardening talk is, boring to you or if you've got any other hints.
Blanket over my head and then the earrings went like pulling down. And it hurt.
Alrighty. So, as promised, before the end of the stream, here is the pre-prohibition blogger. It's still been about 2 days since I moved that keg, and so it's still just a little bit hazier than what it had been, but it's definitely clean and crisp. Man, this is such a fanatic or fantastic beer anyways. Like, I really love this thing. Know how well you guys can see how clear it is. I think some of the area that I'm in is kind of making it a little bit darker, a little less clear. I mean, it does have a little bit of taste to it, but it's I feel like it's right there. Alrighty, so we're done with the boil. Um, Brewing bad. This is the pre-prohibition lager. Right. Like I said, it's still just a touch hazy from kicking around that keg earlier. Tasting notes. We'll get to that in just a minute. It's time to turn off the boil. Also, apparently, I'm pretty bad at turning off the camera while talking to you guys for the other side of this brew. There we go. Good thing I went ahead preemptively charged the other battery. All right, so we got to chill this thing down just a little bit, and then we're doing a Whirlpool Steep Hop Edition of 1 ounce of the Northern Brewer for just a few minutes. I need to get it down to 190. So I'm gonna go turn on the water to the chiller. Hopefully, I don't overdo it and spray water everywhere, but we'll see what happens. Cheers. Yeah, and we got to get this down to 190 or so. 200. 196. 192. 190. 'And we got the rest of the Northern Brewer hops going in. Give that a few minutes. Try to circulate some of this a little bit. How's everybody doing there in the chat? Set my timer for about 5 minutes for this part of it. Should be more than enough, and we'll pull the hot basket out. Well, you didn't miss too much. Just trying to do a hop stand, hop whirlpool as much as I can here on this setup. Still about 190, so hanging good there. Get a few more minutes left. And we can chill on down to about day like today, probably about 80. $3, I believe. See how much more time we got left. Just over a minute. Again, if you're still new to the stream, California Common, we're pretty much done. Doing a hop stand real quick. Then we're gonna chill it down the rest of the way as far as I can get it, probably about 80 degrees today. Once that's done, I'll transfer to the fermenter, let my cooling system do the rest of the work to pitch our yeast. I'm gonna go ahead and call that for right now. Uh, with the hop stand, I'm gonna pull that hop basket, start chilling down, uh, get this thing moving along. Thank you guys so much for joining the stream, hanging out with me so far. We're gonna get this done, and then I think once I get it down to about 80 degrees, I'm gonna go ahead and put the lid on it for a little bit, and then talk to you guys for minutes before we end the stream. We got about 3 ounces of hops total in this hop basket. I know technically we'll lose a little bit of hop utilization. Not really too worried about that. IBUs are subjective, suggested, anyways. Not like a real. I mean, it's as real of a number as you can get, right? But chickens will love this hop material. All right, time to chill it down as far as we can get it. Got the water going down as far, or got the water as fast as I can without leaking out of the connection points at this point. So let's get this thing done. One day I'm gonna break down and get a better chiller. Fortunately, I seem to be brewing in one of the lowest spots in the yard, and so all the water from the chiller kind of collects right here, trying to like light step it. The plan is to eventually get a like a brew shed going to be able to brew outdoors, indoors, electric, direct fire like this one. Maybe even get back into some. Welcome to Texas and loud trucks. Oh, so get into some back into some extract brewing and things like that. But we're a little bit of ways away from being able to incorporate the brew shed. Maybe we'll see. Got so many plans, kind of teetering on different ways to do things. We're down to almost 1:30. See here, like your hop spider, just adds more hops. Comes up short time. I think trucks were invented because of Texas. Yeah. So, with my hop utilization, the way that I figured it, or at least tried to account for it at some point, was that because I no chilled a majority of the brews that I did beforehand, that the hop stayed in long enough um, with no chill that it was okay. With the hop utilization, with the hot spider, and then trying to chill down and all that, I think I'm coming up probably just about right. If it's a little low, uh, I just chalk that up to being mostly IBUs or guesstimate anyways. Even that far into Oklahoma, you're still pretty far away from that. Probably about 10, 12 hours away from Oklahoma, I would assume, depending on where at. Almost down to 115. I mean, both of you are not wrong. Woohoo, 115. This is where it starts to really start to suck. So Almost to 100. $102. No, more towards Galveston, kind of between Houston and Galveston. Oh, we finally broke 100. We're at 98. Today is not so bad with the groundwater and all that. August, it's gonna suck pretty bad. Cause like groundwater is like 100, 120. Yeah, the humid part of Texas. Working outside, but figured I'd stop back in, check on you. Looks like yeah. So we're in the cool down. I haven't measured my tap water. I imagine right about now it's probably about 70, 80 degrees, maybe. Yeah, so I'm pretty much at that point in style of my life too. I prefer the cold than the hot. 90. 90. All right, guys. So I'm at the point where we're we're just below 90 degrees. Um, at this point, it's going to take me too long to get it down to pitching temperature the way that it stands. I put the top on the kettle. So what I'm going to do is basically I'm going to spend about 5 minutes with you guys before we end the stream. Um, then at that point, I'll take my kettle inside. I'll transfer to my my ferment. I'll hook it up to my cool fermentation setup, and then I'll let it chill down a little bit. So I just want to spend the last 5 minutes talking to you guys before we end the stream. And all. So real quick, I know bitter reality and talked a few other people here. So let's just kind of go over some stuff quick. Uh, uh, see here. So I know my buddy Terzel with Dock of the Bay. You asked for tasting notes on the Prohibition order. Or, I mean pre-Prohibition lager that I have here. This is one that I brewed. It's been set up. As you can see, it kind of cleared up a little bit. Still, I moved the keg days ago, so it kinda kicked up a bunch of stuff, but it's clearing up slowly but surely. So tasting notes. First, the aroma, wonderful. I mean, it's everything that I kinda wanna feel after reading the style guidelines of that brew. Uh, we've got some hints of malt and corn for sure. I wouldn't say quite cloying, with the sweetness. It's definitely there. With the aroma, like, you can tell that there's hops there. I'm gonna have a hard time, because 1, allergies this time of year for me, and then 2, I've smoked a couple cigars, during the stream, uh, but I'm picking up a little bit of, like, some, earthiness with it. So, with the, flavor, I would say it's probably about medium, mouthfeel. Uh, you definitely pick up on the corn and the maltiness with a nice finish on all the hops, profile. The bitterness kinda kicks in on the back end. Finish is clean. Uh, I would say heading towards dry. I feel like this is just a crusher, you know? Really, really good. Let's see here. I think I answered how cold your tap water is. I don't really know. I would estimate it's probably pretty close to about 80. Let's see here. Have 50-degree groundwater year round. That's because you're on well, isn't it? We had the chance to get about 5.5 acres, out here locally that had, wet in it. Fortunately, we passed it up. Hindsight, we should have probably hopped on it, but that's neither here nor there. Yeah, bitter, man. I think I'm starting to suffer from arthritis. Man, the heat really just gets to me. I think I've missed something. Let's see. Perfect for loggers, arthritis. Let's see here. The company IT storage location sucks. Man, I'm sorry the cold sucks for you, but I would much prefer the cold. Yeah, she definitely wants the seasons for sure. Michigan that I was cold outside. He said, "You mean understand? Just let us know." So once you finish, yeah. So this, of course, I've been trying to film. Forgot some steps while being distracted between the stream and all that. To me, it was almost better to kind of hang out with you guys than it was to film some of this stuff. I've got more than probably enough film that I can kind of talk about the steps that I've done. You know, uh, the footage that I get, it kinda determines if it's gonna be like the grain of glass versus tasting. We'll just see what happens. See here for sure, Extreme Jaggers. Thank you, man, I really appreciate it. Man, so I tried to sit back and have everything lined out before the stream today. I definitely made sure that I preemptively, did some stuff, like, had the hardwire connection for the internet instead of the Wi-Fi on the laptop and everything. Sorry, Bitter, you gotta go. You have a good week too, bud. It's a good thing that you subbed to Bitter Reality. He's a good guy. I really like him, and I appreciate it. And I definitely agree with you. I This is the same thing that I have told Christy. I can only take off so many clothes before the cops are called. Northwest with the sirens. So, uh, what are you guys looking forward to, here? You want to see, this beer before the California Common is, or what? Because I have a feeling that's what's gonna happen, seeing as how I'm already pouring this beer and that one hadn't even fermented yet. Since I got a few of you still on here, before we end the stream, uh, you know, uh, how are you guys liking the channel? You liking everything we're doing so far? Is there anything that I'm missing? Anything that you guys would like to see more of? I've got a video or 2 planned of some of the homesteading projects that we've got going on. I've, of course, got a lot of beer stuff going on. I'm gonna try to dip my toes into some wines, some ciders, and some meads before too much longer, and some other alternative type drinks. Um, you know, still try to support all the people around me, like Talk of the Bay, Bitter Reality, Small Batch. You guys are like the top uh, here. Um, Unfortunately, my buddy Speeding Bullet wasn't able to join the chat today. That dude's boy, Hops and Gnarly, um, Gnome. Uh, wish could have stepped in here. I know he's got a bunch of stuff going on here, real quick. Thanks, Terzel. I'll definitely, for sure, keep doing that. I don't any other way. Um, Just trying to put some feelers out there, get some live contact information from you guys. Unfortunately, Morrow wasn't able to join us to him. Hope he can catch the stream and hang out later with us on something else. Man, you know what? That's the most important job there, Brew. Dude, I really appreciate you coming and hanging out with us. That's for sure. The more I do, the more I find the rewards in for sure. Yeah, no, Bitter's pretty cool. That's a good guy right there. I'm just totally amazed that someone of his caliber found me yes, Bitter Reality Brewing. Yep. Gnome, my dude, you've missed it, but it's okay. We talked all about you, Gnomeski. You've you've missed my Kentucky Common, me drinking it. You've missed the Rogan beer. You've missed, the pre-prohibition porter, which there's only a little bit left. Um, you missed, Dragon's Milk. Um, we talked about me sending you some beer, and you talking about some of that. You missed a lot, Gnome, but I appreciate you coming in. James! Hi, James. So, James, Gnome, what are y'all brewing next? About to pop open that rustic saison. So that was the saison that I was telling you guys about that I felt like was one of the best saisons I've ever brewed. Um, so Gnome, you're on stream. What up? Um, are you gonna real time uh this, buddy? Just got up from a nap. I think I'm fixing to take a nap. I've had a few home brews and a commercial example, 11% here. I either need to get some food or take a nap. So James and Gnome, what are you guys brewing next? No, I asked that just a second ago, but I hadn't seen you guys reply. Yep, thank you. It's a lager, not a porter. I do need some food. Yes, you're right. Or another beer. 10-gallon batch of Kolsch for the homebrew club. Also, easy drinking beer for Rob. And Kolsch is one of those ones that I'm kind of like leery about doing because it seems like you either get it dead on or you miss the mark completely, right? So I see that being like next year for me anyways. And I don't know if I could dedicate enough for a batch of experimental Kolsch. We talked about a 10-gallon barrel or 10-gallon batch of rye barley wine that I have planned, and I'm kind of um, like leery about taking that big step there for that. All right, you're gonna put Gnome on the spot. Let's do it, Gnome. Come on. Gnome, 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 Gnome. Come on, fill the chat. Gnome, Gnome, Gnome. You're doing all the things, but I thought maybe you might review my saison, but it's okay. You can make a video of it. I'd appreciate that. Or why not both? Gnome, just in case you needed a translation. Brewing wort for my son for Shine to fill his barrel. Cool. What are you brewing? Laptop. Just FYI, guys. So I see his review of my saison going 1 to 2 ways. So 1, he's gonna be like, "Oh my god, this is phenomenal," right? 2, he's gonna say, "This sucks, and we need to do a collab, and I will help you fix it." Like tasting and garden shroom. Only request that you have your special gnome in the background while you're tasting my beer if you do a video on it. Question is will you follow up the saison that I put on wood after that saison, or will you save that for a special occasion? Rum aged barrel Kolsch. Well, thank you, sir. I'll take very good and pretty clear. I tried really hard on that one. That yeast actually let me down, the first time that I brewed with it. I didn't get all the tasting notes that you should, get with that yeast, apparently. This go around, I feel like I did it really well, built up a good yeast starter for it, and, it took off install, yeah, excuse me, um, I really, really, really liked that beer. Uh, Super easy drinking saison, in my opinion. You get everything that you want out of a saison out of it. Super soft mouthfeel. So I believe, after talking to Noam, CH kinda got a little sick and preparing for the trip. Life just got in the way, I believe is what happened, to Happy Hour. Normally, I miss, Happy Hour every other Wednesday because of my MHP commitments, so, I try to make it when I can. No, no, so this is the saison rustic. That's mine. 75% two row, 10% rye, 10% corn, 5% oats. Nice. Yes, imperial rustic. It's, super expressive, this year, and I attribute that towards the yeast burger that I did. No, that wasn't my grain bill. If you're talking about the grain bill, no, that was the like I said, I contribute that towards the starter for that. It's really expressive. I think you get every bit of, the tasting notes on that one. I know you're a pretty big fan of, what was it, the French saison yeast? Um, was it by White White Labs or White Yeast? Gnome? Can't remember. I know we talked a little bit about, saison yeast. Thanks. That's, pretty much the standard, recipe that I use for all the saison and farmhouses and raw ale, for that matter. It's all the same recipe, just, interchanged with either yeast or leeks if I'm doing the raw ale. It's the, um, what you call it, like hot tea and stuff like that. 3711, 3726. Okay. And those are French, saisons, aren't am I right? Clean, get a hot bitterness on the sieve, not too bitter, not too s Thank you, Gnome. I really, really appreciate that. I know you're an appreciant of, the Saison Farmhouse, more so, I would say, than even I am, and I really, really enjoy them. I haven't been drinking them that long, but, I've been trying to really nail down that, like, quote, unquote, "house style," and, Rustic went from almost last place to, getting up there towards the 1st place, uh, side, you know? It's Illinois. Sound French. Well, guys, it's really been great. Thank you guys so much for, hanging out with me. I really appreciate every single one of you guys. Um, man, I cannot thank every single one of you enough. Um, thank you so much for, coming and hanging out with me. If I had a beer left, I would cheers you, but cheers, guys. Thank you so much. Bye.